Oh yeah, we live. We live. So y'all already know what that means. Y'all already know what that means. Yes.
Hey.
Welcome. Yes. To another episode of Hotep History Live with your host.
Just that.
Come on.
1989. Uzi on the passenger seat. Corvette drop top, ocean drive. Hoes all looking at me. Danger, audio, dope slanger, all angles.
We back,
try to
ladies and
hang
gentlemen.
with they cut you down when they find you swinging. I'm not on no new shit, I'm just saying. Shit serious, man. High stakes, high prices, high bitches and condos.
Yes, sir.
Suicidal, jumping off the balcony
Get y'all
into their high
asses in, man. You already
rises. Trying
know
to
we
see
got
who the
another
flies and dying. Any crime is a crime. But crime pays 99 ways. How many more?
Come on.
Dollars can we make for this bitch blow?
Come on.
Till it's all over.
Yes, sir.
Got money all over.
Come on in, yeah.
Got jury all over. Until it's all over.
Hey.
Got bitches all over.
Come on, y'all.
Got bottles all over.
How y'all doing?
Cars all over. Yeah. Until it's all over. Just that. 1972. Ryan O'Neal in a Cadillac coupe, trying to get out the game. Figure 30 bricks it can't be enough to make it rain. Work for the whole crew. Last move then be through. Settle down with the main bitch. Maybe ski the little junior. Show him how to do it. Lay down rules, carry on tradition, maintain the cool. First we gotta get out of this shit though. Let all of this shit go. Get rid of them chip phones. Relocate zip codes. Go in complete flip mode. Bitch, no, your old friends gotta forget those.
Come on.
Life we chose, the shit cold. Ice on my wrist, blood in my vein froze. Audio bricks of white gold. Get your soul.
Come on.
Till it's all over. Yeah.
Welcome.
Got money all over.
Come on, y'all.
Got jury all over. Until it's all over. Bitches all over. Yeah. Got drugs all over. Yeah. Sports cars all over. Yeah. Until it's all over. Yeah.
Yes. Welcome.
Until it's all over.
Yeah.
All over.
Yeah.
Until it's all over. Yeah. Got jury all over. Yeah. Got money all over. Yeah. Got bitches all over.
Am I coming in clear? Let's
Until it's
go.
all over. Yeah.
Yes. Ladies
Yo,
and gentlemen, we got
bitches
another
come
one on
over.
our hands. We're gonna get to it.
Yeah. Until it's all
Joints
over.
right here, man. Listen.
Got jury all over.
Yes. I'm hyped tonight, man. As always, hype. Yes, sir. How you doing? Talk to me in the chat. What we doing tonight, man? So yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the most, President Hotep Dubes, reporting live from Hotep Nation inside of Hotepistan. Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited to be back. I've told y'all over and over again that I be like low-key like fiending the stream. I ain't gonna lie. This is becoming not only a medium where I get to, share all of this untold, lesser known Black American history, talking about people who are not normally talked about, and being able to educate, inspire, and motivate people through the scholarship that I share, but it also is a medium to express myself, also a medium for me to just, get my thoughts out there. And I'm becoming like more and more inclined to like not even so much tweet for real. Like I still want to tweet, obviously, but like I want to give things that I would try, I guess would make a thread about or would have several tweets about. I'll just wait to, start the show and be able to talk about it from here. Because one, I feel like that's just easier to do, like saying it instead of, typing it. but also because I want you guys to hear it. Obviously, that's the reason why I tweeted in the first place. So I want you guys in on the conversation. I want you guys to be the first ones to know, and using this platform to not only share history, but also to just make my own digital footprint, document my own thoughts and what I truly believe and stuff like that. Like, I tell you guys all of the time that I think historically. So the things that I'm doing today, I am thinking about 75, 50, 100 years from now, and how this can, help in any way. That's the reason why I double down on all of the things that the ancestors said. I repeat what they say. I turn it up for the ancestors based upon, my affinity for them. And it's like, if I'm being inspired by old newspapers and old books and, old Black American figures in history in the 21st century, like, I'm literally, like, we went over, like, for instance, George Washington Carver and turning, dead soil healthy again. That's something that you're going to be able to use in 2025. When we go over architects, when we go over doctors and lawyers and different financiers who are bankers and stuff like that, all of these different professions still thrive today. They're just as relevant as they were when the publications were written, over 100 years ago. So it's the same thing with the things that I talk about. If I'm showing a video from 2023 or 2025, with Black Americans doing amazing things, yes, Black Americans 50 years from now, 100 years from now, are going to be able to pick up that media and be able to be inspired by it, just like the way I do. So that's the reason why, like, yeah, if you're listening or watching or watching this, in the year 2100 or whatever, listen, man, I had you in mind. The ancestors 100 years before me kind of had me in mind. They understood the concept of the future. They understood the concept of future generations and younger people. But I'm going to be a little bit more explicit in my acknowledgement of there being another century of life to be lived. And I won't be here. Like, that's just what it is. So I'm leaving this not only for my contemporaries who are in the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Cliff. Shout out to O for show. But I'm also doing it for y'all. Our ancestors, because I would be considered your ancestor. From your ancestors, I'm letting you know, our ancestors, my generation's ancestors, my current era or my current centuries, ancestors, they had us in mind in certain ways. And I want to be able to continue to inspire you guys all the way 100 years in the future. I will never meet you guys. It's all good. But if I bring value to you, just share it to your friends, share it to your family, share it, with people that you actually care about. Use the materials that I've shared over the logging of my show. However many years this show exists, use it. Use it as a primary source when I'm talking about, things that were actually happening, during our lifetime, during the 21st century, the late 20th century, very late 20th century, but the 21st century, we lived it. We're really here. We really touched and felt the 21st century. We experienced the 21st century, and we have a whole slew of Black Americans in this time now who are doing amazing things, who stand on the same principles that our ancestors did, who are doing their best to educate, motivate, and inspire the people around them. And there are people like me who are doing that, but also keeping you guys in mind. You dig? So even though you will never have met us outside of a very small population of us who will be around 100 years from now, just understand that, this type of history, this type of lineage, this type of legacy is important. And you, as people in the 22nd century, need to be carrying these torches just in the 22nd century context. So shout out to y'all in the future, man. Shout out to all of the future people. You know what I'm saying? So how are you guys doing, man? How are you guys doing? I had a great weekend. Another dope episode of the Hotep History Podcast in the books. It's so much content on the Patreon that I even got to make a tweet about it, but it is on the Patreon. The latest episode was When was America ever great for black Americans? And boy, did we get to it. We got to it on Saturday. You hear me? We went for several hours, and minus some minor technical difficulties that we experienced in the beginning or whatnot. It was a great conversation. Lots of opinions. Big debate. Lots of name dropping of scholars. Lots of just immense levels of history, and everybody knows what I stand on. If you've been tapped in to the stream, if you've been tapped in to my platform, you know what I stand on. In every era of America, it was great for black Americans, and that's because black Americans made America great. So based upon that, I understand that there's going to be a level of anger and a level of what is it? Yeah, I would just say anger and like being upset towards the fact that our ancestors were enslaved. And you should be. That means you're a human being. But what you should also do is consider your ancestors, even though they were in bondage. Consider them. Think like how would they think? You feel me? How would they view things objectively? Objectively. And the best way for you to do that, okay, is to read the slave narratives. Because it's not all peaches and cream in them narratives, but I can tell you it's not all doom and gloom either. You'll understand the ancestors in a full manner if you actually read their words. It's hundreds of different black American ancestors speaking about their experiences while on those plantations. And you would stand to learn a lot from them. So yeah, we absolutely are against slavery. We are absolutely against the enslaving of our ancestors. But what we're not ashamed, okay, of our ancestors. We don't pity our ancestors. We hold them up and with great pride. We hold them up with great admiration, adoration, adulation, and all the other Asians that denote actively, respecting them. And understand, all throughout history, you're going to have good and bad people. You're going to have good and bad decisions. You're going to have all of the, the nuances of life. The nuances of life. And no matter what century in world history that you read about, you're going to see humans behaving like humans. Humans doing amazingly great things and humans doing some like gruesomely terrible things. You feel me? So when it comes down to the way I view it, America has always been great for black Americans because black Americans made America great. And I stand on that. The things that we would consider historically and contemporarily the American dream and, the reasons why people even want to come to this country is based upon the work that black American ancestral people put in for this country. For sure. Whether we're talking about Crispus Attucks shedding first blood for American independence, if we're talking about Benjamin Banneker, who we're going to be talking about tonight, bringing the first clock to America, helping to design Washington, D.C., like you name it, black Americans have always been involved, very proactive. And I understand that, because of the institution of slavery, you kind of, I'm not going to say automatically, but based upon the way it's taught, you take away so much agency and autonomy from your ancestors by virtue of how you're taught your history. But when you read those primary sources and you read books written by former slaves, they thought for themselves. Even if they couldn't read or write at the time, even if they weren't free from bondage, they still had a mind. They still had a mind. They still had thoughts. They still had, dreams and aspirations. They still had work ethic. They still had pride. They still had faith in God. They still had all of these different things. And to strip all of that away from them and just be like, oh, they're just slaves or they were just slaves is quite literally what the slave drivers and the slave owners and the slave traders did. They didn't see people with souls. They didn't see human beings with souls. They saw livestock. They saw beasts of burden. They saw commodities, products. They didn't see human beings. They saw people, but they didn't see humans. And to take away your ancestors' humanity for the sake of narrative, for the sake of emotion and all of that is really doing not only them a disservice, but you as the descendant. So it would behoove you guys to jump into the primary sources and learning about these people directly and not via somebody who doesn't have your best interests at heart. Any single time that I'm talking about the ancestors, even if I'm talking about certain things that they did that I disagree with, is always going to be a level of respect there. Y'all know that the more and more I'm learning about the civil rights era and how things were going down, I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the decisions that people in the civil rights movement made. And it's not to demonize them or anything like that. But as an adult and reading all of the primary sources from that time, not all of them, but reading the primary sources that I have and reading the opinions of people like Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and, people like George A. Schooyer or Reverend Henry Mitchell, these guys, they're speaking out during this time, prominent black men speaking out during this time saying that, hey, I think we're going in the wrong direction. I don't think this is the right thing to do. So even when it comes down to my disagreements are based in the ancestors. It's not just me, operating off of just 2025 vibes. Like, no, there were men back then who were like, nah, this is not the way to go. These are not the right decisions to be making. It's just that a lot of people in our era have not read those works. They have not cared to look into these men because as far as popular, culture is concerned, as far as mainstream history is concerned, those guys are irrelevant. There's nothing to talk about. Despite all of their influence, despite them being employers, despite them, getting kids through school and all of the contributions that they've made for Black American advancement on the ground, grassroots. You feel me? It's like, oh nah, they're relegated to the margins when it comes to the mainstream, histories. So that's the reason why we exist, just to be able to, give a perspective of Black American history that I truly believe a lot of people just do not have, and we need to, proliferate that. We need to grow the number of people who view the ancestors the way that I do and the way that we do in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm gonna get to y'all in just a second. I see y'all turning up. But it is just to let you guys know, man, there is glory in your history. Immense levels of glory, immense levels of things that would have you damn near cry in pride over. Things that you would internalize and want to make better on, that you would want to improve on. The things that you have read, that's the reason why you guys have no problem with the concept of burning everything down, because of what you've been taught about your ancestors. You were not taught to laud your ancestors for the things that they constructed, the things that they built, the things that they believed in. You've been told that your ancestors were pretty much a bunch of subjects inside of a Anglo-Saxon white supremacist social experiment. And they were essentially powerless to the direction of their lives, the lives of the people that, share this country with them. Like, they were wholly irrelevant until the late 60s. And that's the reason why you'll see my contemporaries being like, the 1960s wasn't that long ago. My mother was born in such and such. It's like, yeah, that's how math works. That's how time works. Yes, we get it. We get that Ruby Bridges is still alive and all that. Like, people be like fucked up to the point that they'll say shit like, yo, they purposely used black and white pictures to try to date or try to make the make the time seem older than what it was. Like, people can't tell time. Like, people can't look at calendars and be like, oh no, this was 65 years ago to the day. No, that's not why that's not why a lot of the photos or most of the photos were black and white. The reason why the photos were black and white, because that was the easier film to have. Colored film, while available, wasn't that widely used like how we use now. Most cameras would be black and white. It's the cheaper ink. It's the cheaper film. That's why most people used it. That's how this shit works. It wasn't until like your Polaroids and all of that shit came into play in like the 70s, I want to say, that where like colored photos became more and more prevalent. That's the reason why you do have colored photos of Martin Luther King, because this colored film did exist. It's just that one was, the black and white was more widely available, cheaper. It just makes sense. So it's things like that. So when you're told that, everything was just oppression and discrimination the entire time, when you're reading it like that, it's like, well, why the fuck would I have any reverence for any of this shit around me? Why would I have reverence for any type of American history? And that's where you get all of this that anti-American sentiment. And I'm not talking about the concept of America. I'm talking about like legitimately like the infrastructure that you live in, to where none of this shit matters. I don't own it. I don't have any connection to it. And more than likely, if you live in a predominantly black area, it's been predominantly black for a long time. Or cities like, Philadelphia and the five boroughs, and Miami and Houston and Chicago and Detroit and LA, all of these places that like have historically like had a whole bunch of black people in it, not to mention the South. Yeah, it burn all of this shit down, destroy it all. Like, it don't mean nothing, because you haven't built that connection to the history of your ancestors who did all of the things that they did to contribute to the building and the advancement of this country overall, which obviously directly benefits them. So yeah, it's like, oh, I don't give a fuck. We can burn that shit down. I don't give a fuck about that statue. I don't give a fuck about this building. I don't give a fuck about this plaque or whatever the fuck. It's like, I don't have any connection to it. I don't feel any type of connection to any of this stuff. And I ain't gonna front. That's honestly a mainstream history issue as far as American history overall. Like little white kids is not even appreciating their history in this country and all that other stuff. You feel me? So it's like, overall, people have looked at American history as just, slavery, and then 60s happened, and then now we are having our ups and downs within this little, what they would consider a post-racial society and shit, where you'll have an Obama, or you'll have a LeBron James or Michael Jordan or whatever the fuck. You feel me? Like, they think that this is like, the best that it's ever been. So there's really no need to go back and look how it was before the civil rights era. Because anything before the civil rights era is not objectively, but just inherently evil or inherently bad and inherently backward, because Jim Crow exists. So simply because Jim Crow exists, we're just going to throw away the lives of the millions of black Americans who lived through that time, or who lived before that time but died in that time. So their history. So because they died in the 30s and 40s, okay, before the civil rights ever came in for real, their lives, their works, their achievements, and all of the things that they were doing, it don't matter. They didn't make the cut as far as mainstream history is concerned. And I've noticed that overall, when it comes down to like American history, like, they'll give you a little bit of World War I and II. You feel me? But as far as like the way they talk about American history and shit like that, yeah, it's gonna be post 1965 shit. Anything after 1965, they cool with, because the racism was like on its way down. It's not as pronounced and shit like that. And now they get to pretty much act like that shit didn't happen on their side. Like, we don't want to talk about the racism and shit like that. We don't want, like, that's how they're going to be remembered, because racism did happen. And so everybody's fucked up. Nobody wants to actually look into the archives. Nobody actually wants to, do the knowledge and actually do the research, because people have some weird, like, they get uncomfortable reading particular material. And I just don't. I'd be super excited to read this shit, man. We be reading about a whole bunch of shit. Good shit, mostly good shit. I ain't gonna lie. Over here at Hotep History, you're gonna read mostly good shit about black Americans. But even when we read the bad shit, whether it be something happening to black Americans, like somebody attacking them or some shit like that, or we've done true crime twice. Well, we talking about historical black American criminals. They're objectively doing bad. So, no, I don't run from it, man. It's all good storytelling to me. It's all good narratives to learn. You just got to keep things in perspective. So let's get to the chat, man. The chat is jumping. What's going on? Let's scroll on up here. Cliff says Spitter gets busy. Yes, sir. You already know. Every episode, we're gonna start it off with a Spitter classic. You feel me? Oh, for sure, for sure. Says you're. Crystal says hello, my fellow historian. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, man. If y'all tapping in with me like this, man, y'all might as well be considered historians. Cause I know y'all not just watching this shit and doing nothing with it. I'm pretty sure you doing some type of further Googling or researching and shit like that. Hopefully you are. You know, hopefully you are. What else we got? Vincent with the salutes. What's going on, Vincent? Sammy says now. Saturday was lit. What's good, dudes? What's good, Cliff? He's just saying what's up to everybody in the chat. What's up, Sammy? What's going on, my man? Hope you're good. Hope the family good. Sammy also says, for people who oppose Hotep history, I ask, what could it hurt to learn history about you with you centered? Only thing it could possibly hurt is a white centered psyche. Why not get the balanced take? Yeah, man, I don't understand that. I don't like, yo, listen, people have been mad at me for the historical shit that I've been saying for years. You dig what I'm saying? So there is a level of understanding that I have, and I can kind of answer that question. However, yo, like it's not lost on me that I think these people are absolutely backwards. Like it is, like people will legitimately get mad at me because I don't talk about the ancestors like they were a bunch of punk bitches. I don't get it. I don't get it, son. Like, why would you want that? Like, why would you want to talk about the ancestors like perpetual victims who had no autonomy? Like, and so for me, the answer, these are the answers that I came up with. One, if you are able to frame, well, one, they were told this since young. Okay, so a lot of this shit, just the foundation of their introduction to Black American history was already skewed and misconstrued from the dribble, right? So in public school, K through 12, they're teaching them everything that's post 1965 for the most part, or around the 1960s. So you're gonna get Rosa Parks, you're gonna get Martin Luther King, you're gonna get Thurgood Marshall, you may get some Frederick Douglass, okay, that because that ties to abolition and stuff like that, and you get like some astronaut. What's the first astronaut? What is it? Jamie May or something like something like that. I know I'm getting the name wrong, but so you'll get some space travel. You may get an inventor or two, but for the most part, you're just going to get a lot of activists, thought leaders, et cetera, in K through 12. And when it comes down to the framing, these people are important because of racism. You dig what I'm saying? Like, because racism exists and because there was an active fight against it, these people are important. These are the people that you need to know as far as history goes. So even in that, I know it sounds crazy, but even in that story is told through centering white people. The racism is the main character. I can tell you this as somebody who had teachers tell me about the civil rights era. They centered the racism. They centered, you feel me? They centered the issues going on the ground, which then called for or caused people like a Martin Luther King to exist. You feel me? A Malcolm X. Because sometimes some schools won't talk about him, but a lot of schools do. So, these people are important to the history books because racism. And for the most part, when we're talking about all of this systemic stuff, you're going to see white people at the forefront of all of this stuff. You dig what I'm saying? So you're not going to learn about Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and how Martin Luther King, put out strategies there to usurp power on the for the NBC, the National Baptist Convention, because that's Black history. That's black on black activity, right? That's actual Black history, and you'll be able to learn about his strategies, his political strategies and stuff like that. You don't learn about that. You learn about the March on Washington. You learn about the I Have a Dream speech. You learn about maybe his dealings with Lyndon B. Johnson or whatever. You feel me? And then, of course, his assassination, because that also centers racism. That's what they do. So it's like you get told this stuff from the time that you're 5 years old to the time that you're 18. From 5 to 18, that's how they are telling your history to you. Where even when they're saying black people's names, they're centering the white people in those people's lives, or centering the race relations in those people's lives. In school, did you guys learn that Martin Luther King wasn't born Martin Luther King? That he was actually born Michael Michael King, and then his father went to Germany, got inspired by the story of Martin Luther, came back to America and changed his and his son's name. That's a part of his story. That's a part of like Martin Luther King's history. I learned that as an adult. Imagine my surprise. I'm thinking this man's name was Martin Luther King from the dribble, like he was born that, but he wasn't. He was born Michael Luther King, or Michael King Jr., because his father's name was Michael King. That's a part of his history. You feel me? So when it comes down to like actual narratives about Martin Luther King, and I'm not even talking about salacious FBI file shit. That's not something you teach to the babies. You feel me? I'm talking about actual, like, his life for real. You feel me? What was that cartoon? My Friend Martin? It was all about the civil rights era. Like, it wasn't about anything other than that. And the civil rights era is about combating racism. Racism being the main character. You feel me? Like, we learned about Marie von Britton Brown or something like that. She created the home security system. A black woman in Queens in the 1960s, around this same era. A black woman invented the home security system, including closed circuit television, CCTV, all of the cameras that you see that they use in banks and in places of businesses and all of these different places and shit like that. CCTV, closed circuit television, was invented by a black woman. This was happening during this era, and they don't tell you about that. So when everything is centered around fighting against racism, you pretty much walk away out of those classes, out of the, once you get your diploma and all of that, you walk away with being like, yo, to be black is to just fight against racism. That was it. That's what it means to be black in America. That's what it means to be black American. You have to always be fighting against racism, or else you're not actually black. You have to be, ever cognizant of race relations. You have to always look at things through the scope of how your race will affect this, instead of how you actually give it up and how great you are, or how great you can be. You feel me? And that's an issue, because teacher after teacher after teacher told you that the only reason why society was fucked up was because of racism. That was the end all be all evil up until the martyr, Martin Luther King, came and stopped the racism in the streets. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was all about. So when you have me, somebody like me, come around and being like, yo, son, I don't really give a fuck about racism. Like, I don't really give two shits about social racism. And it's like systemic and shit like that. That shit causes for systemic, solutions. That shit calls for concerted effort. That shit calls for the shit that I seen the ancestors do. So it's like, it's just something to deal with. That is an issue to deal with. Straight up. I remember I was reading about Samuel B. Fuller, and Samuel B. Fuller was like, he basically looked at racism like an obstacle in life. Like no other type, like different from no other obstacle. Being born poor, having low education. Like, it's just like the things that would get in your way that you have to hurdle over. That's how he looked at it. It's like, yo, that shit exists. Like, yo, I don't know. Haters exist. I don't know why haters, like, I don't know why racists wouldn't be in the category of having haters. How are y'all okay with having haters in 2025? Motherfuckers who look like you, by the way. You feel me? They look like you. A lot of your quote unquote haters and shit like that who may hate on you on the timeline or hate on you in your comments or hate on you in just life or whatever. In the 21st century, it's going to be somebody more than likely that look like you. And you hold them shake through that shit. You hurdle that shit, but you automatically, because a white person is doing it, think that that white person's hate hurts more. And let me ask you this, just objectively speaking, what hurts more? A complete stranger that don't know who you are from a hole in the wall, don't know you from Adam, saying some shit about you that's largely not true based upon their perception of you, or somebody who does have a relationship with you or does know you or does have some type of closeness to you, saying things, you know, saying hurtful things and shit like that, or fucked up things about you. Like, what is, like, hateful things? What's actually going to, you know, bother you more? This complete stranger, this complete white stranger who I've never met before, or somebody in my town disparaging my name off of some shit that didn't happen, slandering my name amongst our people? Like, what do you think is going to be the more pressing to them? But they'll tell you in these history books that the former is more important. This stranger who don't live in our town, who live however many miles away, that person's opinion, because they, by virtue of them being white, that opinion, that viewpoint, that treatment means more. And that's insane. And that's insane. Like, there's absolutely no way that it's not like racism doesn't exist in 2025. And I can tell you right now, son, I see plenty smoke on my timeline any given day. And it's almost never white people in these people's mentions. Almost never. It's black people, you know, hating on each other or whatever. It is what it is. Haters exist. Racism exists. I don't know what you want. I've seen people say, yo, this person is not fighting to end racism. That's a crazy notion. I have absolutely no interest in ending racism. But that's not my ministry, yo. I'm sorry. I'm here to put black Americans and the world in general on game about black American ancestral people. That is my ministry. That's my calling. That's my purpose out here. I'm not here to fight racism. That is an insane endeavor, if you ask me. That's dead ass like trying to, like, for me, and it may sound funny, but that's like trying to, like, take guns away from Americans. It's never happening. You're never going to get that. Like, yo, son, it's 300 and something, 30, you know, 300 and something million, 330, 333 or something like that. Like, dog, you could never get rid of guns in America. You could never get rid of racism in America, G. Are you shitting me? Why would you fight that? Like, I don't even understand. Is you defend yourself from it for sure, but going out of my, like, proactively going to a potential racist person and being like, stop? Hell no. Hell no. Any type of physical racism that's going to be, you know, attacked, you know, put on to me, I'm going to defend myself. That's it. But I'm not hopping on no soapboxes making people who are 100%, 1000% grown adults and tell them that wrong is wrong. Like, no. Nope. You think that racist 35-year-old, 40-year-old doesn't know that what they're thinking is backward? And even if they didn't, if they just thought that shit was like dead ass from the heart or whatever, why the fuck would I go out of my way to do anything about it? What the hell? Why would you even pick that mantle up? And the only reason I can think of is because you know that shit is a sweet distraction. You know that it's only going to take a crazy motherfucker like Hotep Dubes to call it out as a fruitless endeavor, because the mainstream is going to be like, oh, he's fighting a good fight or she's fighting a good fight. It's literally like punching a brick wall. Like, what do you think you're going to accomplish here? Instead of you actually inspiring other black Americans or white Americans who aren't racist or non-black Americans who aren't racist, you will focus your time, you will focus your life on trying to change the minds of people who hate your guts. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. That sounds like insanity, son. If them hating you is based in ignorance and stupidity and backwards thinking and all that other shit, what do you think you're going to do to change that? Are you going to go in their mind and change it? Like, no, son. You got to let that be. You got to let that type of shit. It's no different than a loser. How long are you going to try to convince this loser that he's not a loser or he doesn't have to be a loser? That's a waste of time. I'm not even doing that. Like, I'm not doing it. That's for people who look like me, let alone a racist white person. Like, what? There's plenty of cool white people that rock with me, bro. I do not have to focus on the racist ones. Like, that's crazy. It's dumb. It's super dumb. But it's been touted as something noble to do. It's been touted as something that you should strive for and something that you should stand on. It's like, man, fuck that. Fuck that. I ain't doing that. You motherfuckers can do all of that shit all you want. You ain't gonna see Hotep Dubes in the number. I can tell you that. You ain't gonna see Doe Dubes in the ranks. I ain't helping you niggas stop racism. What the fuck? I help you niggas stop being poor. I'll help you. You know what I'm saying? I'll help stop poverty. I'll help stop, illiteracy rates. That's what I'll help. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'll help you with. I ain't about to help with changing white people's minds. I tell y'all all of the time that story during the first Trump campaign, and Hillary was doing a rally, and backstage at her rally, these Black Lives Matter activists walked up to Hillary, and she said, and this dude, black man, told Hillary in her face, "We want to change white hearts." Change white hearts? You shitting me? I wish I would. I wish I would endeavor to change white hearts, Jack. Like, you gots to be shitting me. You gotta be out of your fucking mind if you think I'm about to do that. What? Who would do that? Who would sign up for that shit, son? Like, never that. Never would I do that. But let's see. Let's check back with the chat, man. Vincent says the ancestors are highly motivational. 2 fire emojis. That's a fact, Vin. That's a fact, Vinny. Like, yo, man, every episode. And that's why I tell y'all, don't trip on the backlog. Yeah, we 4 episodes in or whatever. Go back to episode 1, dog. If you've missed it or whatever, trust me, all of this stuff is already old. You can't date dated things. It's already dated. It's already history. So you didn't miss any. Like, it's already happened. We all missed it. we weren't alive for it. So you could go back to episode 1. The quality of the camera ain't as good, you know what I'm saying? But the information is just as good. You feel me? The enthusiasm, the storytelling, all that stuff that I do on these shows is all there in episode 1. Go, you can check the backlog out for sure. Because we talk about great stuff. So yeah, man, like, please, like, be inspired. That's the whole reason for Hotep Histories, to educate, motivate, and inspire people based upon the works of ancestral Black Americans. That's why we're here. You feel me? He also says, salute the Reverend Jackson. Hell yeah, man. Mad I didn't learn about him sooner, but, better late than never. Crystal says, MLK was definitely not nonviolent when it came to that NBC convention that one time. That's a fact. That's a fact. They when I learned that they formed the flying wedge formation, like, these motherfuckers, that's like a war formation. They apparently they do it in football too, but like, that's a war formation, dog. And they formed that shit inside of a convention for Black ministers, Black Baptist ministers, to be able to pretty much stage a coup. They say they did it because they wanted their side, to have a fair vote. But it's like, dog, we're voting. It's already 2 candidates. You got Gardner Taylor, you got Reverend Jackson. What more do you want? Gardner Taylor is bum rushing the stage, and it's like, what are you doing all of this for? What was the motivation behind this? And then we find out the motivation behind it was Martin Luther King wanting to usurp power from Reverend Jackson. only for that convention to lead to the death of an old Baptist preacher from Detroit, Arthur G. Wright, rest in peace, and for Jackson to hold on to the presidency. So, yeah, man. I tell y'all all of the time, when it comes down to history, whether it's Black American or otherwise, there's always an agenda. I tell y'all all of the time. The reason why you're going to see the good, great, and excellent of Black America is because the agenda of Hotep history is to instill pride, is to motivate, is to educate people about Black American history that will otherwise not be told at all. Examples like S.D. Redmond and Lunsford Lane. Where have you heard these people's names before you came here? And it's not me, bragging or whatever. It's about me dead ass letting y'all know, like, there is an entire, it's an entire world, like a literal world of Black Americans that you have absolutely no idea about. Just cursory knowledge. Like, what exactly do you know about Black America in 1912? Specifically. 1913, specifically. Because you know about Black America in 1964, specifically. 1965, specifically, via what Sammy said as far as politics. 64 and 65 of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. You know that. You feel me? Then you got the Housing Act in 68. Like, you know about the politics. Sammy's absolutely right. But you don't. Yo, that is so crazy, Sammy, because now that, I'm saying, I'm speaking and thinking at the same time, and Sammy's spot on here. Because I tell y'all about how, things are political or whatever, and the agendas or whatever. But I also talk about, culture, social behaviors, economic behaviors, educational behaviors, et cetera, et cetera. And nobody is talking about that, even this time of the country. Like, even during the Civil Rights era, you don't know what it was like socially for real, what it was like culturally for real. You know about the political culture. You know about what was hot in the streets with Martin Luther King and all of them. But Joseph H. Jackson was presiding over 5 million Black Americans over thousands of churches across the entire country. And when they split, Martin Luther King only got a fraction of that. He got about 10% of that. 500,000. So there's still 4.5 million people under Reverend Jackson. Why did they tell you about these people? Why didn't they tell you about the Urge the Congress movement for the 1957 Civil Rights Bill that Reverend Jackson played a part in getting passed? So you can see that they're only talking about particular people based upon the political, their politics, not even what what they did or what they accomplished. It's like dead ass, because their politics were, leftist, or some would even say Marxist and communist and shit like that, and because of who controls the media, they're going to be people who are Marxists, who are communists, who are, in influential places, positions of power, positions of influence that are able to push all of this stuff. So it's not even so much this is Black American history. This is the political agenda via history that we're pushing. Sammy, that was Jesus. Jesus, man, that is so true. That is so true. It's based upon their politics. And we know it's based on their politics because Reverend Joseph H. Jackson exists. That speaks to it, yo. There's no logical reason why Reverend Joseph H. Jackson should not be in McGraw-Hill textbooks. For all of the influence, for all of the power, for all of the contributions, for all of the things that he did while he was alive, not to mention, he did not get assassinated. He outlived Martin Luther King, no disrespect. So he was born in 1900 and died in 1990. This man lived 90 years. And you mean to tell me, with all of the influence that he's had, all the thousands of churches that he presided over, all of the things that this man went to Rome and met the Pope. He met the Pope twice. was invited by the Pope at the time, a Protestant man. Got invited to Rome, G. And he didn't make it to the McGraw-Hill textbooks? You gonna tell me that he didn't make the cut? For real. And it's only because he didn't contribute enough. Yet, this young man in his 20s, this young man in his late teens and 20s going into, I want to say I don't remember what age Martin Luther King was when he was assassinated. Forgive me. You feel me? But this young man who got behind or created one, maybe two movements in his lifetime, he gets added to the history books. And y'all can say, oh, it's because he was assassinated, but I can promise you Martin Luther King was going to be in the history books. The way that he was already being talked about and stuff like that, and the type of press that he was getting, and the type of demonstrations that he was a part of, he was going to be in the history books. I just see no reason other than it being political, like Sammy just said, as to why Reverend Joseph H. Jackson wouldn't be in those same history books. As a matter of fact, their feud should be in the history books. That way the reader can walk away with their own verdict. I asked that in my video. Like, yo, which route would you have taken if you lived during this time? Whose leadership would you follow? Leave it up to the people. He was 39, Memphis. Okay, thank you. Memphis says he was 39. So from his 20s to his late 30s, this man lived for 90 years. Twice as long. And we get no mention of him outside of the book he wrote and then a book somebody wrote about him. But no mainstream coverage. And yo, correct me if I'm wrong. Did y'all learn about Reverend Joseph H. Jackson in school, in public school, not private? Did you learn about Joseph H. Jackson in public school? I need to know, because I didn't. I learned about Joseph H. Jackson earlier this year, gang. Earlier this year. 35 years old. You feel me? So, yeah, the only reason I can see why our history is taught this way, outside of demoralizing Black Americans, is to push a particular political agenda. Because at the end of the day, who did those people vote for? Democrats. Now, don't get me wrong, Black America made the switch to Democrats in the 30s, but it wasn't as high. It was more voted for Democrat than Republican in like the election of 36, but it wasn't these overwhelming numbers that we see today where you're talking about 80, 90% Black Americans are voting Democrat. But because of, who was that? FDR, right? That legacy, tradition, which is silly to say, there should be no political traditions as voters. We traditionally voted for this party, so we're going to keep voting for it, is an insane way to approach politics. But that's what it's been turned into for Black Americans. And you know what's so crazy? When most people say, yo, Black people are the only people to do X, Y, or Z, it's usually some bullshit. It's usually some shit that because they've only been around Black people, they don't know other people, so they just assume that no other person does this shit. You'll hear them say stupid shit like, yo, Black people are the only people that tear each other down. Black people are the only people that, have babies out of wedlock, or like some just stupid shit like that. And if you have more experience with other races and shit, that's absolutely an asinine statement to make. But since 90% of the interactions that you've had in your life have been Black, then I can see your ignorance and shit. But what I will say is that Black Americans are the only people who vote the way they do, who are blindly loyal to a particular political party based on their race. And people be like, oh no, you're selling them short. Don't just reduce them as people who are just voting based upon loyalty and da-da-da-da-da. Like, listen. I'm gonna show you a video by a prominent new Black who's in the mainstream that's going to disprove that shit. Who's going to disprove that shit? Everybody talks about black people not being a monolith, and it be the main, like the most monolithic people say that shit. On average, when you see a person say that they're not, black people are not monolithic, they're more than likely a new black, because that's some new black shit to say. And new blacks vote for Democrats. Almost 100% of the time. I mean, honestly, 100% of the time. I've never seen a new black vote for a Republican ever. So 100% of the time they vote Democrat. If that's not monolithic, I don't know what is. And you think that it's based upon, oh, this political party aligns with my politics. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I do not believe that whatsoever. So your politics aligns with perpetual poverty. Your politics align with, having black Americans become a permanent underclass, but make you feel good while it happens. That's what you stand for. That's what your politics are. Getting subsidized into hell, into perpetual, dependency. That's what your politics are. Generation after generation of getting fucked over by this same party. That's your political stance. I don't believe it. I think that socially you have been engineered to vote for the Democrats based upon it being something that you're supposed to do, as opposed to you voting for Democrats based upon actual policies being pushed to you and understanding them. It's way too much pimping. Like, it's way too much falling for the pimping. And we know that because you won't even entertain the other side of the aisle. You have made the other side of the political aisle so toxic that you will be considered anti-black if you vote for Republicans. That's insane to me. That type of hypocrisy I cannot get with. That type of cognitive dissonance, I can never agree with you people. You niggas are insane. What do you mean? How is it pro-black to vote Democrat? Answer me that. Before you even answer me, how is it anti-black to vote Republican? Tell me how it's pro-black to vote for Democrats. Last time I checked, the Democrats is the one who held the 75-day filibuster against the Civil Rights Act. Last time I checked, it was Republicans who overwhelmingly supported the Civil Rights Act. And every Civil Rights Act from 1866. And I still say that the Republicans turned their back on black Americans. I still say that. Knowing what I know, I still say that black Americans don't owe Republicans a motherfucking thing. So how is it that Republicans are the major reason or the predominant reason why the Civil Rights Act even was passed, and you niggas found loyalty or found it smart to be loyal to the party that filibustered it? To it now, the Democrat Party filibustering right now with this SNAP shit. This is supposed to be the party for the poor, right? Why they holding up y'all food stamps then? If these are the party for the poor and shit, like, why didn't it come to an agreement with the Republicans for the sake of the poor people? Come on, son. You gotta understand that neither one of these parties has an affinity for you. They have affinity for donations. They have an affinity for votes. They have an affinity for power. They want to rule over you. And it's supposed to be an intelligent transaction to where you'll get to rule over me if I tell you what the fuck can do while you rule. You're only going to be able to rule over me as far as I let you. But y'all forgot that. Y'all forgot that role. Y'all passed the vote, take care of me. Instead of being like, no. I voted for you. This is how you're going to repay me. These are the types of policies we need in this community. These are the types of policies that we need. That's how it's supposed to be. Like, yo, thanks for the vote. Not so fast. Yes, we voted for you, but this is what you about to do for us. Not what we want you to do, not what we need you to do. This is what the fuck you're going to do. And if not, we'll vote against you and get you out of office. That's the power you have. It's a superpower, for real, that you can actually flex. Let's just say, because I know some people going to be out there being like, yo, that shit fake anyway. All of that shit, your vote don't matter and all of that. Boom. We got to call them on their bluff. We got to call them on their bluff. If we organize the way we're supposed to organize as civic Americans who are doing their civic duty, and then after all of that advocacy, after holding them accountable, after doing all of the things and having it documented and recorded in time, which will then blatantly show that these people are being openly corrupt at this point, we now have all of the evidence we need to have a complete overhaul of the elections and get these politicians the fuck out of here based upon recorded, documented history. And if that don't work, that's when you do the protest thing and you 2,000 deep at their office, not just roaming the goddamn city and walking the streets. No, you are going to stand in front of this office. You're not going to walk the streets. You're not going to block traffic all over the city. No, you're going to block traffic here because this is where that politician works. This is the office that they work at. So we're going to focus our protest here. And that's where you can get CNN involved, and you can get the mainstream media involved and the newspapers and all that other shit and make it very fucking clear to the whole country that, yo, we are not standing for this. This local politician is on fuck shit and we want him or her out. This is all of the power that you have. Power that I've seen used in particular instances and against your own interests. You feel me? So if you actually use it and you can call these people on their bluff, then you are in a better position. But until then, what are you expecting? So being monolithic and all of that other shit is very, very insane. And black Americans are the only ones who do that. Whites are split down the middle, essentially. Split down the middle. So that only leaves black Americans, because Hispanics, they're split. Asians, they're split. Whatever. But as far as black Americans are concerned, you feel me? This affinity or this loyalty, this blind loyalty to the Democrat Party. Like, you going to tell me that Democrats are just smoking it for black Americans in every city? Every major, metropolis that black people live in? You mean to tell me in all of these cities, from New York to Miami, Democrats are just smoking it? No, I don't believe it. I wouldn't believe it on the other side. You can't tell me that all of the red states and the red cities are just smoking it. You can't. You can't. Wouldn't it be funny? Like, if all of the red states needed Democrats and all of the blue states needed Republicans, but because motherfuckers are so in their own way and blindly following a particular, political party, nobody shakes anything up, so none of these politicians have to do anything. Because I'm almost sure that these Republicans who are in red cities and red states with a majority red population be taking advantage out of them fucking Republicans who vote for them blindly. That's why I don't trust near politician. And you don't need to. Just hold them accountable. You don't have to like these people, dog. Just hold them accountable for the work that they need to do for your community and your self-interest, and you'll be okay. But I say all of that to say, we got a dope show lined up for y'all. Let's get to the chat. Sammy says, let's see. Damn, Sammy said a couple things. Hold on, let me go back up. He says, like learning about George Washington Carver held on a young savant that Booker T hired. That's history. It doesn't have to be political. For sure, man. For sure. And I ain't gonna hold you, Sammy. I might do a whole video on what that comment said. Like, that was a profound bar. Just like what Memphis said about, a father knowing, the hypothetical slave father knowing and saying, fuck it, I can go for a pretty penny, use that money, and how that kind of translates over or can be cross-referenced to the welfare state in the late 60s and 70s. That was profound. So shout out to Sammy for that. But he also says history is not only a political tool, it's also a humanizing tool, a dignifying tool. That's a fact. Being invited to meet the Pope 2 times and not even an honorable mention is wild work. That's what I'm saying, son. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, everybody that answered no, but they said nobody mentioned him in the public schools. Not a Sammy says not a mention. Memphis says never heard of him. Heard of him. Heard of him in Hotep school. That's what I'm talking about. You feel me? Respect, Memphis. Crystal says, I respect Reverend Jackson for standing on his squares after Dr. King's assassination. He did not front and act like that was his best friend. Yeah, man. Y'all need to check that documentary out. It got spicy. Not gonna lie. It got spicy. Yo, Reverend Jackson was not fucking around. He stood on business. Like, he was the epitome of standing on business, yo. For sure. For sure. So let's get to some stuff, man. Let's get to some stuff. We got the Hotep History Live tab. So let's get to the bottom of it. Ooh. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Okay, so this video is 3 minutes long. It's pretty long for like internet clips or whatever, but it's worth listening to. And I ain't gonna lie, I want to see how y'all feel about it, man. So hold on. Let's zoom.
Yeah, use the TA, tuition assistance. Use that. Go to community college. Get some little Gen A.
Hold on.
You want to know the cheat code in America? Join the military. Yeah, do a little 3, 4, 5. Do one contract. One contract. Get your clearance. Get your security clearance. Get all your certifications. When you're in there, go to community college. Yeah, use the TA, tuition assistance. Use that. Go to community college. Get some little Gen Ed stuff done. So that way later down the line, when it's time to go to university, all the Gen Ed stuff done, you can just handle the meat. That's what I did. It's a cheat code. It's the easy. Military is a cheat code. If you don't come from a lot of money, you're not a nepo baby, you're not Jack and Jill, you're not a frat legacy with sorority legacy. Like if you coming out the mud, join the military, you're gonna have the same credibility, I promise you, as the Jack and Jills, as the frat legacy when it comes to applying. Companies need to hire you. It's a tax break for them. It makes them look good to the shareholders that, look, we're hiring veterans. Yes. Why do you think when you fill out a job application, it asks you if you're a veteran? They get money for that. They get credit for that. And it makes the shareholders happy. It makes Wall Street happy. Yeah, the military is a cheat code. You get now when you join, you get access to the VA home loan, 0 down, so automatically you have wealth. Automatically. You're wealthy. You buy even a $200,000 house. That house in 20 years is gonna be $400,000. You're buying wealth. You see what I'm saying? Like the military is a cheat code. Oh my gosh, I'm scared to go to war with it. Look, listen to me. I've been deployed 2 times. It ain't that bad. I mean, it ain't for everybody. But like, if you got a little bit of grit, a little bit of resilience, it's for you. You'll be okay. You'll do it. You'll be all right. You know what I mean? You're away from family. Yeah, it'll be okay. You'll be all right. If something happens to them, they'll Red Cross you. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. My son was born when I was deployed. You know what they did? I flew from the Middle East back to Atlanta. I saw my son. I mean, and then I went right back. I mean, I'm just saying. And then now I'm set up. Home loans. Duh. $1 million house, 0 down. I did that. Yeah, of course. And then don't get me started when it comes to the VA. The VA, they take care of you. Yeah. Not everybody deserves, claims, because a lot of people do some crazy shit to get claims. But if you actually deserve it, that's money for life. It don't go away. No matter what your rating is, 30, 20, whatever, 50, 90, 100, that's free. That's money. And then your family's set up. When you at 100, your family's set up. Because now your wife can go to school. She can go to medical school, whatever. Not pay a dime. Huh? Yeah, I'm dead serious. It's a cheat code. If you don't come from a lot of money, it's a cheat code. Now it's like remember back in the day we used to play PS2. We used to play Grand Theft Auto. Used to write down the cheat codes.
Y'all basically get the point.
I'm not a recruiter. I'm not telling you to join. This ain't DoD related.
But,
I'm telling you what.
Y'all get the point. You feel me? And I ain't gonna hold you. I talked to enough vets about this shit over, my lifetime. And I'm not gonna hold you, son. I'm not gonna hold you. It is tempting, son. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't tempting. I thought about it. I really did. I'm talking about like I recently thought about this shit. And I was like, yo, son, like, I was talking to my man. Shout out to my man Daniel, and he a vet. You know what I'm saying? And he was just like, "Yo, son, like," he was like, "Hey, man, for real, like, if you really trying to get it off," he was like, "Yo, go to the National Guard. You feel me? Go to the National Guard." And do what you need to do. Like he said something similar. He was like, "Yo, do one contract, which is like 4 years or some shit like that. And then when you get out that bitch, nigga, you a vet, bro. Like like you lit now." And he was like, "While you in there, they gonna pay for school. You gonna be able to get in." He was telling me about getting security clearances and shit like that. And then that shit rung off for me because I know Bees be talking heavy about GovTech. That's like a whole shit. And she be talking about these security clearances and all of that. So I'm thinking about the National Guard shit and then having that shit transfer into the GovTech shit. Well, I'm, getting all of this GovTech bread. And since I'm, in active duty or whatever the fuck, or, down the line now I'm a vet, like I'll be able to get all of these different benefits and shit like that. And I was like, "Yo, son, this is not a bad thing." He was like, "Yo, son, if you legitimately do not want to see combat at all, like don't want to really risk seeing combat, then," he was like, "Yo, do the National Guard and shit like that." And I was, "Yo, son." So I thought about it. So I wanted to bring it to the show, man. I wanted to bring it to the show to see how y'all feel about it. Let's see. Memphis says that doc was fire. Yo, good looking, man. I'm glad y'all watched it. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. Sammy says it ain't that bad. Yeah, word. He was like, he kind of just like skirt past that. He was just like, "Man, like you'll get deployed, ain't that bad. Whatever. You'll be all right." Ofa Shofa so said, "My dad did this, pay for my degree and got us out the hood. It was worth it." See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Like I know vets who are like doing okay. Some of them saw combat, some of them didn't. But now that they're vets, like, yo, them VA checks, the benefits, again, like when he was talking about like the job applications and shit like that, people are going to pick you over other candidates because it's better for them to hire a vet and all of that other stuff. Like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna hold you, son. It's a very tempting offer. And from what I was told, the limit now, like the official limit is 35, and I'll be 36 in December, but there's something they can waive your age essentially, like up to like 42 years old or some shit like that. So I was just like, "Yo, son," like when it comes down to that shit, I'm just like, yeah, man, it's something to think about. I ain't gonna hold y'all because it's like I never really had a career. I was always an entrepreneur person. I was always somebody just making money for himself. Like, you know what I'm saying? I've been in sales for as far as like my line of work and stuff like that for 2 decades now, over 2 decades. So like when it comes down to that stuff, like I just been in sales. I've been like, you eat what you kill. I've never had a career. And I was thinking like, damn, son, that'd be a nice thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Get in shape, get my schooling, you know what I'm saying? I'll be able to go to school for something like that actually I think will pay, get some tech certifications and all of that shit. All I got to do is just like make weight and pass the ASVAB. Like, you feel me? Why not? You feel me? So that's something that I thought about. I seen that on the timeline and I was like, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? And as you can see in the chat, yo, it's like it's something that people actively have done and are doing. Like nobody's looking at this shit like nobody's looking down on you for taking the military route to be able to settle yourself and build on a foundation. You feel me? That's what's up. So this is the next one. There we go. This is the next one, and this is what I was telling y'all about this monolithic shit, and this is what I wanted y'all to see. I know this dude's name is like Torre or something, right? I've seen him since I was a kid on like BET and shit like that, but I know he's a somebody in the new black circles. I know he's famous. But yeah.
Not conservative, babe. You're literally just desperate for white approval.
You're not conservative. You're desperate for white approval. You're not conservative. You're desperate for white approval. You're not conservative. You're just desperate for white approval. White centrism in black people leads to conservatism. Conservatism is necessarily white-centric. If you crave white approval, going conservative is the ultimate move. It must seem like a way of escaping your blackness, like I'm escaping racism because I'm conservative. I got off the plantation. I'm in the house with Massa now. I'm not saying the Democratic Party is doing the perfect job for black people.
Yes, you are.
But liberalism is surely the Black Panther Party and Black Lives Matter both are talking about liberalism. Liberalism is about inclusivity. Black MAGAs are part of a community that does not want them.
Yo, gang, you see? Do you see what I'm saying? Y'all think I was just bullshitting with this monolithic thinking. This is a famous black man speaking for the new blacks out there, right? Speaking for the new blacks out there. This man says liberalism, not conservatism, is inherently black because of the Black Panthers and Black Lives Matter, gang. Black Lives Matter, son. Because it's about inclusivity. And you know what you heard what he said? Oh, I'm conservative. That means I get to escape racism. I told y'all, these niggas is so focused on ending racism, son. Like, son, they are 100% identifying a political party synonymous with one's race. It's blatant. Despite there being hundreds of years, despite black Americans help founding the Republican Party, despite black Americans being freed from slavery by the Republicans, despite black Americans being staunch Republicans, despite conservative values being inherent in black American culture for centuries, son. Like, what do you... Because these people, again, don't actually care about black people, yo. They care about their political agenda and political affiliations. You see how he was like, well, I'm not saying the Democrats are perfect. Yes, you are. If you are telling me that inherently, if somebody were to vote Republican or specifically vote for Trump, because that's what they like to do now, right? That they're anti-black and that they're only doing it to be a part of white people. What the fuck does that mean when you niggas vote for Democrats? How is it? This is what I'm talking about. This is the fucking cognitive dissonance and the hypocrisy that I be telling y'all about. How are these rules only applied to black Republicans and not black Democrats when black Democrats have been identifying as black Democrats for the greater part of a century, gang? Going on 100 years since the 1936 election, you niggas have been blindly voting for the Democrat Party. Why does that not mean you want to be in the house with Massa? Especially when, by and large, most slave owners, this proverbial Massa that you're talking about, would have been voting Democrat, like staunch Democrat. That's the irony. You niggas, yo, son, you niggas have absolutely no identity outside of that Democrat Party, and it's sad. Just like these new blacks be finding their blackness on college campuses and shit like that, y'all niggas be finding y'all blackness at fucking political rallies and shit. This is what it means to be black. Fucking holding my fists up in the street and holding up fucking cardboard signs and shit like that. That's what it really means to be black. Not building shit, not inventing shit, not employing people, not educating people, not healing the sick, not, building institutions and establishing towns and municipalities and shit like that. Nah. Voting Democrat, that's what really makes me black. Because voting Republican, according to Torre here, is inherently anti-black. You are all a bunch of soft-shoeing coons who are voting Republican, not because you're nuanced in your political takes, that you are, inherently Republican because your household has been inherently Republicans. No, because then your father and your grandfather had just been soft-shoeing and cooning for the Republican Party. None of these critiques go for black Democrats among these people. Never. It's only attributed to black Republicans. And I find that shit so hilarious, especially knowing the history of black America. That if it was up to Democrats, black Americans would quite literally still be in bondage. That is the cruelest irony of it all. That these new blacks who make however much money they make by touting these same type of talking points for decades get to literally yuck it up with these white liberals, yuck it up with these white Democrats, and be in these inner circles that they know they wouldn't be in if they didn't toe the line and shield for their party. Nobody would give a fuck about these people and their opinions. None of them white Democrats and shit like that would actually give a fuck about your plight as a black man if you wasn't supporting them. That's the whole fucking point. So y'all get the soft shoe and coon for the white Democrats and shit, but that shit is liberal. You know what I'm saying? It's liberal because of the Black Panther Party and Black Lives Matter. I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Because the Black Panther Party nor the Black Lives Matter pushed or changed or wrote any policy. Only Democrats and Republicans can do that. So the Black Panther parties wasn't. Yeah, they were leftists, but them niggas was Marxists and communists, gang. Like, they don't give a fuck about the Democrat Party. Like, why would you even bring up the Black Panther Party? They didn't give a fuck about this two-party system. Black Lives Matter. Like, these people, like these two groups, like, are so irrelevant in this conversation. That shit is so mind-boggling to me, son. Like, these people really don't see. This is literally what cognitive dissonance looks like. Like, they legitimately don't hear the hypocrisy in the shit that they're saying. This video was fucking insane. These people are fucking insane. Like, I'm trying to tell you, son, you can't tell me that these people are sane and they're operating with all of their brain, son. Because me just being me I'd be like, yo, hold on, son. Like, we doing a lot of we've been voting. Like, why we keep voting for these people? Like, where was the results from the last election? Like, what did we get from voting for this motherfucker the last time? Like, what did we get? Oh, nah, we can't let the Republicans in. Why not? Oh, because they're racist and they're going to send us back to slavery. Like, yo, son, like, that can't happen. So please tell me why we shouldn't be voting for them. Tell me why. And they can't tell you, yo. They can only tell you why you should vote for Democrats. And then even those arguments be like frail as hell. Flimsy ass reasons. Let's check the chat before we move on. Who we got? I gotta blow this page. Hold on, let me get this chat. And I gotta be able to read this shit. Okay, there we go. Scroll on up. Let's see. Sammy says, oh, Sammy gonna eat this up. Excuse me, Sammy said, oh, Sonny gonna eat this ish up tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to her. If you are a black conservative, you are begging for white approval. 3.8 thousand retweets, bro. It's a cult, gang. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers are in a cult. That is crazy. Sammy says this means they on the ropes talking like this. They must be hurting for real. You know what? Yo, you have great perspective tonight, Sammy. Got a shout out to my man Sammy with the perspective tonight. Because he's absolutely right. These people are floundering. They have nothing else. They're grasping at straws. We've heard these same arguments over and over and over again, and they produce no fruit. We've heard these appeals over and over again, and now they've resorted to guilt tripping you into voting for Democrats. They've resorted to doing some of the same tactics that they were doing in the 60s. Motherfuckers be talking about the breaking up of the black family and shit, which is very important, but nobody talks about the breaking up of black America. Nobody talks about the breaking up of black America. And that's not to say that black Americans have been historically monolithic, but black Americans overall trusted each other much more in the past. Black Americans overall dealt with each other on good faith way more than we do now. Like, yes, the government and all other external reasons broke up the black family for sure. But we don't talk about the breaking up of black America. And I'll tell you when the divide happened. So, when we were talking about the late 50s going into the late 60s and 70s, right? There's a need and a want for change in the air. People want change. For sure. Now you got conservatives, because to think that, yo, son, this shit is so fucking crazy. Because like the concept of a black conservative is hundreds of years old. Hundreds. But again, these niggas think that the ancestors or black America just spawned out of nowhere in 1965, son. I'm telling you. And that anything before that was just some backward time that does not need to be studied whatsoever outside of extracting whatever racist moments you can get out of that time. If we're not bringing up no racism, we don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear about a black millionaire in the 1930s or 40s. I don't give a fuck about black American advancement in the early 20th century. The only thing I want to hear about the early 20th century is Jim Crow, nigga. If you're not hitting me with no Jim Crow shit, if you're not hitting me with no oppression shit, if you're not hitting me with no, discrimination shit, then I don't want to fucking hear it. So these motherfuckers completely disregard all of the times that black Americans voted for Republicans and actually got what they wanted. Shit, them niggas will ignore the participation of Republicans in passing the Civil Rights Bill of 64. That's how deep the cognitive dissonance goes. And so to say the sentence that being black conservative is begging for white approval, like I said, these motherfuckers are resorting back to the old divide. And what happened was the changes in the air. The conservatives are like, yo, we should do it this way. And the conservatives are making headway. We talked about, Reverend Jackson and the headway that he was making based upon his ideology, his philosophy, the things that he stood on. Economics. That's what the black conservatives were more focused on. Economics, making sure black Americans can actually earn an income, build wealth, be able to sustain themselves economically. So we're going to push economic incentives. You know what I'm saying? Economic initiatives. Reverend Jackson had the farm. Reverend Mitchell had the program for young men and women to be able to get jobs fresh out of high school and getting them through high school, jobs programs and stuff like that. So they had a jobs program and an education program. Economics. These conservative men were pushing economics. Like, we need to build upon the skills that we have. We need to build on our economy because that's what's going to keep us warm at night. Not votes. And then we remember when we did the episode on the generational gap, right? And do you remember what that? So when Reverend Mitchell was in there and he was talking, right? I want to say that was Reverend Mitchell in there. And he was talking to the young man. And the young man was like, no, you can't brainwash me. You can't brainwash me, because the young man didn't want to hear none of that Christianity shit. He didn't want to hear none of that nonviolent shit. He was like, I'm for violence. Young Reginald. I'll never forget him. Young Reginald talking to an older black man, conservative black man, being like, yo, I ain't with none of that conservative shit. I ain't with none of that Christian shit. I'm for violence. We need a revolution right motherfucking now. That's how he was talking. You feel me? And a word that he used, a term that he used, that has been used to this very moment. Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom was coined as a pejorative or as a slur by black leftists, white leftists, which was crazy, and then adopted by black leftists in the late 50s and going into the 60s. And if you were not on that leftist shit, if you was not trying to bring on a revolution, if you was focusing on economics over politics, economics over protesting, God and family and all of the things that literally proliferated Black America that brought us to this point. If you emphasize all of the ancestral tools, all of the ancestral ethics, principles, morals, values, and beliefs, you feel me? Then you were a coon. You were an Uncle Tom. That is a split in the community. Because if you are an older person, like Reverend Jackson, you get ignored now. Historians all agreed to not talk about this nigga. Fuck what the schools and all that other shit, because that's after. The historians legitimately was like, yo, we don't give a fuck. This nigga wasn't on the right side, quote unquote, of history. So we don't jack him. We're not going to bring him up. We're going to talk about his opponent. We're going to talk about Martin Luther King. He's the martyr. He's the one who got assassinated. He's the one who was pushing this leftist shit. He was the one, low-key pushing Marxism and communism unknowingly, knowingly, the debate is up in the air. You feel me? And so that Uncle Tom, being called an Uncle Tom, that from that moment on meant that either you was going to wear that shit and be like, yo, fuck, I don't give a fuck about what these little motherfuckers is calling me. I'm going to still stand on mine like Reverend Jackson did. Or you going to fold and be like, oh, I'm not an Uncle Tom, and then jump on their side. Because nobody wants to stand alone. So now before you make a decision, are you going to be Black or an Uncle Tom? That's how people who are apolitical, who was just in the middle of the fight. Black conservatives didn't make this like name for people who thought like this. They call them like troublemakers, rebel rousers, or whatever it is, puppets. But it wasn't an indictment on their Blackness. It wasn't an indictment on their identity, their racial identity, or they don't they're not actually really Black or authentically Black. Because that's what the pejorative of Uncle Tom was, that you were a sellout to Black people. Despite all of the selling out that the leftist side was doing for Black America. You feel me? So now, if you not ready to fucking overthrow the government, if you not, espousing the things that these people are espousing, you are now you're an Uncle Tom. And the irony in all of this other shit is that if you read the book, Uncle Tom is actually the hero in the book. He's not even the bad person in the book. So it's like layered, like it speaks to their ignorance. But yeah, that young man, instead of having a respect for his elder in that room, he called him an Uncle Tom. Or he said, I ain't no Uncle Tom like y'all, and all of that other shit. He had no respect for that older Black man, despite all of the work that Black man did for the city of Chicago, the west side of Chicago specifically. You 20 years old, little nigga? You 20 years old, 16 years old, 15 years old, talking to me like you know more than me about life, little nigga. Yeah, you for violence and shit, and then what if you die first? Niggas be talking that revolutionary shit, but what if your ass dies first? You don't even get to reap the benefits of the revolution. You cool with that? You full of life. You the first body on the ground. You feel me? Like, y'all not really like that, but you angry. You emotional. I've been around, I would have to assume Reverend Mitchell was 40, 50? I've been around 4 or 5 decades, little nigga. You barely 20 years old telling me about what the fuck we need to know and what we need to do, nigga. You can't take care of yourself right now. You telling me what I need to do? I need to put the Bible away. You don't need to you don't need to believe in God. You feel me? Oh, is this nigga Rashad calling? Oh my God. Hold on, Rashad. This nigga is crazy. Hold on, wrong tab. Cause I know Rashad about to get on my nerves, y'all. Hold on. I know he calling me. I know he calling the show. Hold on. Hold on. If he in my missed calls on this shit, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna call him back. That's the only reason why he would be calling me, knowing that I'm recording. So he gotta be. Yeah, that was him. That was him calling me. All right. All right, hold on. I'm gonna call him back, but I'm gonna read the chat while I'm calling him back. This nigga always ready to argue, boy. I'm telling you. All right, let's see. Oh man,
What's the word?
what's going on, Rashad? 1 second, nigga. We gonna get to it because I know you think you Reginald in that video, but give me a second. Let's see. What's good, Rashad? Good to have you back, man. This nigga ain't a fixture on the show. Fuck that nigga. Nice to see you back. Let's see. Hold on, because the chat is running a little slow. I don't know why it's doing that. But what's going on, Rashad? What do you have to say about this?
I had a crazy Uncle Tom story, if I may.
Please, by all means, Rashad.
Is that all right?
That's fine.
No, I didn't know what it meant for a while. But I remember back in high school, my homeboy, we was practicing. It's the only black coach on the football team, right? He played for the Dallas Cowboys. He played for Virginia Tech. He was that guy back in the day.
Mm.
He gets hired on, and there's a whole lot of like nobodies as coaches, just regular, dudes from around the city that just, we was trash our first year. We lost every game. But my homeboy, rest in peace, Tony, we was practicing. It was hot, and he had the audacity to call Coach Kennedy. Now, mind you, Tony's 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He called Coach Kennedy a Uncle Tom in front of all of these white folks.
Wow.
And because like Kennedy didn't want him to do something, like he didn't do a drill right or something. They start yelling, and he called him an Uncle Tom in front of all. And that was the first time I ever seen a grown man put hands on a kid that wasn't his.
See?
And at that time, huh?
I said, see, this is what I'm talking about, son. Go ahead.
At that time, I didn't really know what it meant or like the gravity of what it actually meant, right? We heard it, but it was just like, all right, cool, Uncle Tom. But we knew it was a bad thing, and we knew you shouldn't say it in front of white people. And when he said that, when I say there was belt to ass, I was like, wow.
Yeah, son.
Oh, that was a whooping I never seen. But like for the folks who don't know, if I'm not, if I'm in the minority, I don't care. But for the folks that don't know, like the gravity of Uncle Tom, can you kind of like explain that as far as, why, especially the older generation really looks at it as such a bad thing? And then like I heard like the history of it was that, from the book Uncle Tom's Cabin wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Like how did it get turned into what it is now?
Great questions, Rashad. Great questions. So yeah, it's Stowe. That's her name. Something Stowe. It's a white woman. She wrote this book. Let me see. Let me make sure that I get it all the way correct. But yeah, it's a white woman who, Harriet Beecher Stowe. She wrote this book called Uncle Tom's Cabin. Uncle Tom is the hero in the book, right? However, there was a play that adopted the book that made Uncle Tom a villain. Like they made him like you know how they how it is now. Like motherfuckers will take a book, turn it into a movie, and like a perfect example would be Harder They Fall, right? Zazie Beetz playing Stagecoach Mary. Like Stagecoach Mary in real life was a 6'1" big black woman, but they got this petite light skinned woman playing her in the show. So when it came down to creative liberties and shit like that, this play turned Uncle Tom into a villain and whatnot. From the play, people took that interpretation of Uncle Tom and then later used it. So it started among, like I said, white leftists, because white people creating these slurs and shit like that. And black people being, and fucking with it. Let's just say they made the shit up together. Either way, it was done by the Marxists, the leftists, just socialists and communists and shit, right? And so as it pertains to the ancestors or the elders, the reason why Uncle Tom was such an insult is because it basically meant that you were a traitor to your own race, that you hated yourself, that you were full of self-hate, and that you would do anything to sell out your people for your own gain. It's one of the worst things that you can say about a person, especially because of how Black America looked out for one another. Like, so if you look at old newspapers and shit like that, and you search through the archives and type in the word like race trader and shit like that, race trader was somebody who was like doing some, like that was the criminal class. That was the degenerates. Those were the people that were robbing and stealing and killing and, you know, fucking up the community. Those were people that the ancestors considered race traders, not because you thought differently. Like Booker T. Washington would never say that W.E.B. Du Bois was a race trader. Now, he may vehemently disagree with the fuck son is saying, but no. And, you know, that's how it was. So to say somebody was a race trader was like to really put something on their body, because the charge to actually help other Black Americans was put on Black Americans by other Black Americans. That's the reason why all throughout the late 19th century, the early 19th century too, but, you know, slavery was going on. But, you know, going into the 20th century, motherfuckers Black Americans who would get rich immediately started like opening up institutions that were going to help other Black people. Because if you didn't, and you hoarded your wealth and you didn't do anything to help the next man, nigga, you was a race trader. So it's just a long.
So like with this transformation of what Uncle Tom is this kind of like the watermelon situation, and where we was getting to it and we was selling, and then they was upset, and so they made it a negative?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So it's like, again, all of these Black American conservative values are the reason why Black Americans made all of the advancements that they did, even within radical change and all this other stuff, like slave revolts and all of that other stuff. You feel me? So
yeah, that
entire history is predicated upon Black American conservatism. That's the reason why a Reverend Mitchell, more than likely born and raised in well, not probably not born and raised, but, you know, became prominent inside Chicago, the west side of Chicago. Son was like literally creating programs for Black American youth, because the children are the future, right? So making sure they're getting through high school, making sure that they're getting jobs fresh out of high school, and teaching productivity and teaching economics and teaching, you know, economic development. The same thing with Reverend Jackson. As you can see, these men are men of the cloth. They're coming out of the church, coming from the church, and then going into the streets to help the people. Because you can't be a pastor, be a reverend, be the head of a flock, and then just hoard money. Like, no, nigga, you need to be reinvested in the community that pays the tithes and offerings to the church, and they happily did it. So now I'm in my 40s, 50s, going on my 60s, and there's some little nigga that's 18 years old trying to tell me what the fuck it's going to be. And we about to bring in the revolution, old man, and I'm not no Uncle Tom. You can't tell me about the Bible. They might have brainwashed you, but I ain't about to be brainwashed. It's like, little nigga, like, who are you talking to? Like,
yeah, we see that a lot where people be like, you know, I'm not my ancestors.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the dumbest, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. These niggas is hopped up off of Maoism and Marxism and being like, yeah, we need to bring on the revolution. I got this fly ass fucking jacket. I got a beret. I got shades. I got a rifle. Motherfucking Huey P. Newton is lit. The Black Panthers is lit. Niggas is talking revolution. Niggas is talking like burning this whole shit down, because they think that we're going to burn this shit down and that's going to burn away the racism, and there ain't going to be no more hate, and ain't going to be no more inequality. It's not going to be no more discrimination. All of that shit going to burn away. That's what these motherfuckers really thought. And it's like, son, I'm sorry. I know that you think that this is a viable future for you, but what's the likely? Get a job, little nigga. Get a career. Go to the military. That's what it would behoove you to not spend the next decade of your life going into your 30s thinking that you about to bring on a motherfucking revolution. It's not happening. In the same way that in 2025, motherfuckers was telling the young niggas who was making them stupid TikToks about the National Guard coming into their city, it's like, my nigga, please focus on something else. Don't focus on trying to fight the National Guard. That's insane, especially for this. So it's shit like that. But go ahead.
Just one more question, and I'm up out of here, man. I'm gonna be in the chat. There was a post online of a guy who basically said that joining the military was a cheat code for being
Yo,
in
son, we
America.
covered that.
And
We literally covered that, bro.
okay,
Yeah, I'm
bad.
fucking with it.
Yeah, okay.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm
All
fucking
right.
with it.
All right, I just didn't know how you felt about that, especially him being a black man. But since you covered it, I'm gonna go look at the old. It was last episode.
No, it was this episode. That's why I'm
This
glad that you.
episode, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So
I was out and about, so I'm gonna go look at that. But
yeah, but I
yeah,
say you
I
can
just
scroll
wanted to say
back.
that,
It's,
man. I
you'll
appreciate
see the
you and
video,
everything
son.
you do, man. Fish in the air for you, man. I'm being chat.
For sure, man. Fist in the air for my nigga Rashad, man. Appreciate it. But so yeah, so let's get back to the chat. Crystal says Sonny says it all the time. They not pro-black, they pro-Democrat. Facts. CWJ says you should do a video on that. Video on what? Let me know. King Chris says self-sufficient black people are the biggest fear of Democrats. That's a fact. Crystal says every time one of them say the Republicans are going to put us back into slavery, my response is you gonna let them. Word. Could you imagine, like, how is that gonna happen, son? You just gonna let that happen? That's, oh my God. Oh, for sure says exactly. They are so scary. Sammy says, imagine that. A pastor, spiritual father, found wisdom, shepherding the souls of men by keeping them economically integrated. All whites want to talk about is evangelism. They could learn something. That's a fact. They can learn something from black historical preachers. He also says, geez. Hold on. Damn, what happened? Gotta scroll back up. Let's see. Oh yeah, but when the economic-centered Christian conservatives had a chokehold on black culture, we ignore that strategy. It's the economy, bro. Like, listen, man, you cannot put food on the table with failings. You cannot put food on the table with votes. It just does not happen. You have to be productive. You have to create. You have to produce. There's no other way, man. There's no other way. The ancestors knew this shit so much that they just was like, fuck it, we gonna grow the food. Like, fuck it, we not gonna even worry about this shit. Like, we not about to worry about none of that shit. We just gonna grow the foods and then sell it. We got it. Don't even trip. Crystal says, let me go find Princess Joe. Word. CWJ says, I think the insult was used in the 1910s in black political debates, and it was used on Booker T. Washington too. I've never seen Booker T. Washington be called Uncle Tom. Never seen that. I've seen him be called a whole types of shit. I've fucking screenshotted slander of Booker T. Memphis said, don't come up here with that woe is me BS. Let's see. Vincent says all piss and vinegar. So yeah, man, like when it comes down to this, shout out to Sam. He said, bro, Dubes is preaching right now. Like, listen, man, I do what I can. I do what I can, man. But yeah, son, like it just doesn't make any sense. You are 100% forsaking yourself for your political party. So that's so fucking backwards. So yeah, so that divide is what really harmed us as well, politically, socially, culturally, to where you couldn't proudly be a black conservative. There's a hold on, and there is, what would be the name of that book? Damn it, hold on. But yeah, there's like a book about this very subject. And it's funny because I don't think this book was actually even pro black Republican. I just think they was like kind of trying to be objective about the shit, but then they weren't at the same time. Like it was weird. Yeah. Let me see. The black Republicans. Oh, come on. This should be lagging on me. But it was a book about them. I have it in my digital library. You know, I'll be talking that shit, man. look at the goddamn sources I be providing over the time. Yeah, see, I don't be fucking around with Republicans either. The memes. There was a book though. There was a book. Look at these frauds. Hold on, let me go to the media. But there was a book, and it was called like The Loneliness of Black Republicans or some shit like that. You feel me? Yep, that's what it was called. The Loneliness. Yep. I know, and the thing is, I know I tweeted about it, but I don't think that I said it. Like I don't think I said the title. But yeah, if you look it up right now, the book is called The Loneliness of Black Republicans. And it was just speaking to like that shift. Like if you was espousing any type of black conservative or black Republican, beliefs and shit like that, you was automatically considered a race traitor. You were automatically considered, an Uncle Tom or somebody that was against the people and all this other shit. It was very, very silly. Very, very silly. And it's like, it's so many things that are in like Black America's way as it pertains to certain shit, man. And it just largely be other black people, son. Stifling progress based upon their own vanity, based upon them wanting to be the number one fucking people that be like leaders and shit like that. Remember when we, Saturday, right? When we was doing the Hotep History podcast, shout out to everybody that came through. I gave y'all a quote, and I was just talking about how Black Americans have always been accountable for one another. So we can pull that up because I remember the key word that I used for that, or one of the words that I used in that, and it was in 1877. That's why I remembered it. So this is 12 years after slavery. So if you weren't there for the podcast, hopefully my connection won't do as bad because I already knew it was going to be on some fuku business. But yeah, a black doctor in 1877 was holding Black Americans accountable for their condition. 1877. I don't know what's going on, y'all, when it comes to this. But yeah, 1877, he was basically saying that Black Americans are largely to blame for their current condition. And he meant that shit. 1877. 1877. So yeah. But to lighten the mood real quick, listen, chat, I'm going. This is real life amusement right here. Come on. Come on, man. I'm letting y'all know right now, I would literally spend several hours here with the boys. Me and the bros are going to the fucking Tonka truck show. The cat, like, we doing this shit. The RC Tonka, bro. What? Are you shitting me? Not only would I do this shit, son, I would have a spliff and a drink while I was doing it. You shitting me? That shit look fun as hell, bro. What? This is the illest shit ever. This is so fun, bro. This is so fun. I would do this shit all day, son. Shit, and then I would try to do my best to like have like them actually build something. Of course, it's just like transporting dirt or whatever it is. Like the trucks don't build anything. But yeah, son, you be able to dig, you be able to excavate, like you be doing whatever it is. Like, son, hours of fun. Hours and hours of fun. Going crazy. Crystal says we still talking about Big Book in 2025 and the folks that slandered him, we don't even know their names. That's a fact. And remember that one time somebody with a name tried to slander him, they smoked his boots. 3-4 different newspapers smoked his boots. For sure says my nephews would go crazy. That's a fact. This is a boy's dream right here. If they would have had this in the 90s, bro, I would have lost it. I would have lost it, son. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. Like I really just wanted to share that. Yo, Sammy. So Sammy says this takes me back to my Lego days. I used to love that stuff. Listen, bro, I'm not gonna hold you. I'm thinking about getting into Legos. I ain't gonna lie. This is like I'm getting into a different bag. I'll say it's not really about changing or anything like that, because I'm still me. Like who I am hasn't changed or anything like that. But the things that I'm interested in, like the things that I want to do with my life, the things that like I want to get into, it's stuff like that. Like it's just different. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I still want to do that I've always wanted to do that I'm going to do. But like Legos wasn't part of that. And now I want to do Legos. Like I do. I want to have a couple Lego like figures, or like do the box. I do want to get into puzzles, like them 1,000-piece puzzles and shit like that, and hang them up and all of that stuff. Like I ain't gonna lie, like I want to get into that type of stuff. And so seeing this and reading that comment, like for real, like I'm rocking with that. You know what I mean? My man, Spitter, he got the Hot Wheels tracks and shit like that. They be betting money on them. Like he's everybody knows he's a huge car fan or whatnot. And he got he literally has, he created a hobby shop where he, sells die-cast car models and shit. And like he would literally sit there and build lowriders and shit by hand with the little screwdriver and all of that other shit. And he's built dozens of them. You feel me? And that's just like one of his pastimes. It's one of the things that he does. And it's like, that's super cool. You feel me? And there was this shit that I used to build when I was a kid. I don't know if it was like Animorphs or not Animorphs. It was something with something tentacles or like something like that. What's the little robots from back in the day? It was like Chronicles or some shit like that. I forgot what it was, but I remember the cartoons for it. And I remember I got a couple for Christmas and I built them shits, and I had a ball building them shits, man. So yeah, it's just construction, building up stuff. It's in your blood when you're productive, just building stuff. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. What we got next? Oh, we got this. We got Hotep history up next. Let's see. Coined a phrase that would define his domestic approach. Moving, quote. Hold on. 1 second. Let's check the chat. It said, for sure says, I've gotten back into sculpting and ceramics recently. I think it's important for adults to have hobbies, especially creative ones. That's a fact, man. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Jackson coined a phrase that would define his domestic approach. Moving, quote, from protest to production. He believed that Black Americans needed to focus less on demonstrations and more on building economic power. This wasn't just talk. Jackson put the NBC's money where his mouth was. The NBC, under Jackson's leadership, actually purchased land and established a farm. This wasn't a small garden plot. This was a serious agricultural venture meant to demonstrate that Black economic self-sufficiency was possible. Jackson coined a phrase that would define his domestic approach. This is what the fuck I be talking about, bro. Like, we have to keep things in perspective, gang. Like, I want y'all to know, like, while I understand all of the we shall overcomes, kumbayas, I have a dreams and all of that other stuff, like for sure, son, as a Black man, as a man, I am going to be looking for results first. I'm going to be looking for tangible, positive results for Black American advancement first and foremost, period. And so if I had to choose between a man making speeches and a man who started a farm to where I can make money or earn an income with no debt, bro, who do you think that I'm going to be supporting? And this is what I mean, yo. Like, it's just too many decades of Black Americans, period, because it's not exclusive to Black Americans. Jesus, we know it's not just Black Americans. However, this is a Black American show, right? Falling for the pimping. 60, going on 70 years of falling for the pimping, bro. Like, When will we learn that lip service pause is not what gets it done? A nigga opening a farm, that's what gets it done. You feel me? Economic initiatives, economic incentive, economic institutions, things that are going to actually proliferate what's in your goddamn pocket. Like, it's insane, bro. Like, there's no way. And so, just so y'all know, you know what? I was gonna post a picture, but I think I'm gonna have to actually go to the archive itself because, like, I got that article myself. That article that's in that short about him and that farm. That's from your boy. You know what I'm saying? Not the toot my own horn or whatever, bro. But it's like this research is different because I really emphasize going on and getting getting the primary sources directly from the source. So let me just find that article and we can go over it real quick. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it's important. I genuinely do. Till it's all over. Got money all over. Yeah, son. Like, I be learning so much from the archives, bro. Like, it's insane. Shit, I was reading an article today. I was on the phone with Rashad earlier and shit, right? And I was in the archives at the same time because we was just chopping it up and shit. And while I was in the archives, tell me why I came across an article in a black newspaper that was titled "The White Negro." I was like, yo, son, the archives is deep, son. It's a lot in there. It's a lot in there. So yeah, son, like the sheesh. Okay. Cause I'm trying to see where is it? Cause I'm going through the archive now. I know you probably can't see this window, but it's all good. It's not top secret. I'm just going through it. Let's check the chat. Let's see. Crystal says, "Hey, come on down to Richmond. We got a Lego manufacturing factory coming soon. That's fire." Cliff says, "Used to play with Connects back in the day." Yo, Connects. I remember them, bro. Me too. And shit, look what that shit turned into, nigga. You turned into a whole goddamn architect and shit. Like, damn, you took it far. Like, you wasn't playing. Like, nah, I really like building. Now Cliff got like literal buildings that he done created. That's what's up. That speaks to like them toys. Like, it's like when you're a kid or when you were as a kid gravitated to a particular set of toys and that shit that ass turned into like something that you would want to get into in real life. That's what that sound like to me. Okay. Why are they doing it like this? Like, I know, like I read the article. It was pretty dope too. And I just wanted to read it to y'all. I should have just bookmarked it. But that's another problem that I be having, son. Like, I be running through the archive sometimes, and then it's like because I'm looking for topic A, right? I'll be so focused on topic A. Topic B will just happen, and I won't clip it. I won't screenshot it or nothing like that. I won't archive it, and I'd be mad at myself, like, damn, son, I knew I was so focused on A, but that other story was fire. And so, let's see, did it load up yet? Because I think it's a dope article, and I know if I move on from it, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to get back to it. You know what? Okay. So while that's loading up, let's get to the next one. What's the next one? Oh, yeah. y'all can watch this. This shit was turned up.
Put hands on her and arrested her.
Hold on. This shit turned up. I was like, damn, son. Hold on.
Who arrested her? Huh? Who arrested her?
Court order from the...
Who put hands on her and arrested her?
Nobody yet.
Nobody put her in a holding cell?
No.
She wasn't in a holding cell.
No.
Where is she?
She's in the back with the sheriff.
I need her out now. I need her out now. She's not going to jail. You gonna arrest someone for not wearing a mask?
Going to jail, buddy. She's going to jail, buddy.
For not wearing a mask?
For not wearing a mask.
Well, good for you. Aren't you a coward piece of shit liar? We already knew you were, though. We already knew you were a politician. You say what the people want to hear in front of the camera, and when the camera's not there, you do whatever the hell you want like the pussy bitch you are.
Thank you so much for that.
And you don't care. You already got elected, right? Doesn't even matter anymore. You fucking coward piece of shit. You fucking coward piece of shit.
Spell my name
You
right.
fucking coward piece of shit.
Spell my name
Fuck
right.
you, bitch. Fuck you, coward bitch.
Does that make you feel like a big man?
Back the fuck up.
Does that make you feel
Don't
like
make me
a big
defend myself. I feel threatened by you. Back up.
Are you scared?
Back the fuck
Are you
up.
scared? Are you
Does
scared?
it make you taking my wife to jail for not wearing a mask? Does it make you feel like a man?
We know where you...
Does that make you feel like a man?
Does that make you feel like a man?
I'm asking you now. You're asking him that. I'm asking you.
Let me
Does that make
tell
you feel
you
like a
something.
man taking my wife to jail? Because he cheated
It's
with
a small town, buddy. You're fucked, son. There's a lot of us here. It's a small town. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of our county. You're a coward, Frazee. You're a fucking coward. Take those glasses off and look at me. You want to do something? Why don't we just take all this off, jump in a ring, and do something?
Make you feel like a big
Do you want to jump in a ring and do something? You're looking at me like you do. Then let's fucking do it. You think I'm a what? Then let's fucking jump in a ring, David Frazee, and let me consent to me beating your fucking old ass. Come on. You fucking coward piece of shit. I'm a sissy? How do you feel about us coming to protest at your house?
Go do it.
Go do it? You fucking pussy. You're done, Frazee. You're done.
Have a good day.
I sure as hell will. There you go.
Son, this shit. Now, I ain't gonna hold you. I did see this video before. But I felt like it was important to check out again. One, it's fucking hilarious, right? But two, it speaks to some of the things that I be telling y'all. Okay? So I think this is a regular what's the name? Sammy. This is a regular citizen. You know what I'm saying? Regular private citizen. Now, I want y'all to notice a few things that he was talking about. One, y'all remember the pandemic and y'all remember the mask laws and how they was jamming people up for not wearing a mask. Apparently, this woman was arrested. This man's husband, not the man yelling, but the Hispanic man in the video, his wife was arrested for not wearing a mask, which is insane. 1984 shit for real, right? So, dude comes in hot, screaming, tells the cop to get the woman out of the wherever she was at, all of this shit, screaming at him and shit. And another thing that I wanted you guys to notice, that this was a sheriff, Dave Frazee, you feel me? And he said some real shit. First of all, he brought it to the precinct, or brought it to the source of the issue. 1, 2, he talked about the election of Frazee, right? Like, once you pandered, you got the fucking votes and shit like that, so now it's fuck everybody, right? And him being like, yo, listen, this is a small town, bro. We're not just gonna let you just live like this. Like, you're not gonna be able to just get this tyranny off. And so I want you guys to imagine if that was multiplied by 200 people, 500 people, 1,000 people. This is what I'm talking about. Bringing the beef to the people that you actually, first of all, the people in power that you actually have beef with. You are the fucking sheriff. We voted for you. You owe us accountability, period. That's how this shit is going to go. There is no other way to do this. Like, you going to do right by your constituency, or you're getting the fuck out of here. And you see son was ready to, and he handled it well, like from the legal side, because he didn't threaten him. He said, yo, consent to me beating your ass. The first word he used was consent. You feel me? So, like, when it comes down to that shit, it's like, y'all got to understand the power that you have. Because that woman, shouldn't have been in jail or shouldn't have gone to jail for not wearing a fucking mask. And if a bunch of people protested against that bullshit, I promise you she would have got out of that jail cell. Because it's not worth it. It's not worth upsetting your entire constituency for an unlawful arrest. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. You feel me? So just understanding y'all power as citizens is extremely important. I'll be trying to tell y'all that y'all shortchange yourselves, not people in the chat, obviously, but people in general shortchange themselves based upon like, oh, my vote don't matter or whatever it is. It's like, yo, these motherfuckers are beholden to you. You voted for them. The fuck? Straight up and down, son. So, what else we got? Oh, y'all. Oh, my God, y'all. So, let me let y'all know something, son. So, apparently, and I got to pull that up, too. Apparently, there is a new lie. Y'all know we be on the latest lies. The latest historical lies, we be on them shits. We be on them. We learned about the real inventor of Hennessy, right? Which was what was his name? Pierre Neptune, right? He's the real inventor of Hennessy, right? We also learned about Pierre Neptune and who else? Oh, Willie Techman Jenkins. We learned about Willie Techman Jenkins. But I got one that tops all of these fucking people, y'all. Because y'all niggas have never heard of Jacob the Silent. Y'all ain't hear about him. Let's get into this fucking fictional character, G. This shit is fucking crazy. This shit is fucking crazy. So, the latest historical lie. A 7-foot enslaved mute with superhuman strength named Jacob the Silent. Apparently, he crushed the skulls of 9 slave owners. Of course, when scrutinized, the only sources are Facebook posts and AI-generated pictures. I want y'all to listen to this goddamn shit. I truly want y'all to hear this shit.
In the ruins of an old Carolina plantation, beneath the caved-in rafters and the whispers of moss-draped oaks, they found 9 skulls, all shattered the same way. Each windpipe crushed with a force no human hand should hold. The locals said the killings were silent, that the man who did it never spoke, never screamed, never begged. They called him Big Jacob the Silent, a 7-foot slave whose silence spoke louder than any sermon in the South. But the truth behind his silence was far more terrifying. In the ruins of an old Carolina plantation, beneath the caved-in rafters and the whispers of moss-draped oaks.
Son. So check this out. So let me tell y'all how I even happened upon this shit, right? So I'm scrolling my timeline, doing what I normally do, aggregating stuff to talk about on the show and, posting shit or whatever, right? So, I see one of the people that follow me tweet that fake Harriet Tubman quote that, I freed 1,000 slaves and I would have been able to free 1,000 more if they would have known they were slaves and shit like that. That quote never fucking existed. Harriet Tubman never said that bullshit. So it's not surprising, right, that somebody who responded to that motherfucking tweet said, yo, I'm currently learning about this man named Jacob the Silent, a 7-foot tall enslaved man, or a 7-foot tall slave who crushed the skulls of 9 white people. I don't know. He said, and the dude, to his credit, he said, I don't know if it's true or not, but, it's interesting. So, first of all, not gonna hold you. Not trying to sit here and act like I'm the who's who in Black American history, but first of all, this would have made it to mainstream history, whether people wanted it to or not. A fucking giant walking around North Carolina, okay, and crushing skulls of white people. Nobody's going to ignore that. There are going to be plenty of people writing this man's story down. You will be overwhelmed with how many primary sources that would exist if this nigga actually existed. If there was a 7-foot big ass giant nigga crushing skulls of white people, I promise you, every race would have been talking about him. Every race. So I went on, I searched for it, right? So the only results that I got when I searched for this shit was Facebook posts and Instagram posts, right? And then they had YouTube videos. So I clicked one of the YouTube videos, this one, and as you can see, clearly an AI generated photo. And if you can't tell that it's AI generated, please, please, please get a sharper eye. You feel me? Get a sharper eye. This is absolutely, AI. One of the things that's just a dead giveaway, especially for these historical pictures, is first of all, the motherfucker is always in the center. The subject of the videos are always in the center of the picture. They're always in the center because that's how computers work, symmetrically, right? So that's one. Two, the background is always going to be blurry. Always, no matter what. And then three, the subject is going to be shiny. They're going to have this like veneer or shine on them. You feel me? Very emotionless. And then, of course, if you zoom into the pictures, you'll be able to see like the details of the particular shirt. Doesn't make any real life sense. Like physics don't exist in these photos. That's why I can always tell an AI video for the most part, because the physics don't apply. Like motherfuckers would be hitting something and the weight behind the hit or the force that you would need to use, you don't see it. You don't see the force. You just see the hit. And so it's just shit like that you'll be able to pick up once you see more of this shit. And this is something that I have to fight against as a historian shit. And so that's why I hashtagged it, not Hotep Histories. And that's going to be a hashtag that I'm going to be using for these fake ass stories because I know there's going to be more and more of them. Right? So I'm like, yo, where did these niggas get this shit from? So now, in this video, because I only took a 33-second clip out of it, right? In this video, they don't know, because of course this shit is made up. According to this fucking AI generated, because even the fucking narrator is AI generated, right? So according to the AI generated narrator, that they don't know where he came from. They don't know if he was always a slave or they found him in the woods, okay, and then enslaved him. So Bigfoot. So you mean to tell me there's a 7-foot, dark-skinned, burly, big-ass nigga just walking in the woods of North Carolina and nobody has done anything about it? They treating this nigga like Sasquatch, for real. They treating this nigga like Bigfoot. It's like a legend. And so how exactly are you going, if he's able to crush non-white people's heads and live, apparently, right? How did he get caught and become a slave in the first place? Why, if he's crushing the skulls of slave owners, why didn't he crush the skulls of the people who tried to enslave him in the first place? If the whole shit was that they found this nigga just walking in the woods like Sasquatch one day, right? Why didn't he crush their skulls? This nigga has superhuman strength. Why get enslaved in the fucking first place? Like, that be the shit, yo. When it comes down to these fake ass histories and shit like that, if they were presented as fiction, I wouldn't even be mad. I would laugh at it. I'm like, oh, hey, whatever. Write your novel, bro. You can write your fucking fictional novel about the late 19th century or during slavery and talk about this shit. Like, you have all of the liberty to do that. Make up a character named Silent, for Jacob the Silent and shit like that. And fucking have them wreak havoc on fictional fucking slave masters and shit. But you niggas is passing this shit off as real history. So I did a little digging. Gang, and I'm not gonna hold you. I figured out where this story came from. And y'all not gonna believe me, but you will believe me, because a new black made this story up. Like a lot of these shits. And I am gonna pull up that farm, because that farm article was pretty interesting. But fuck it, we'll search it live. Fuck it. We'll search it live. This book right here, gang. Now, I've been aware of this book for a while, okay? I've been aware of this book for a while. It's called Black as Fuck History: The Unwhitewashed Story of America. Now this shit got raving reviews. Pharrell Williams said it's a great fucking book. A bunch of black celebrities and shit praises it because the nigga who wrote it is a famous new black. You feel me? The author of this book is Michael Harriot. Michael Harriot, if you guys don't know, I got familiar with Michael Harriot from the Root. He wrote for the Root, right? I don't know if he owns it or whatever, but I know he wrote for the Root. And you may have known him from the article of the Root where he said black men are the white men of black people. That screenshot that y'all seen go viral and all of that, yeah, this is the nigga who wrote it. Quintessential new black, right? So one of the things that I wanted to show y'all is that this book, right, 4.9 on Audible, 4.8 on Amazon, and we're going to get to Amazon in just a fucking second, but the genre of this book is humor, not history. Not history, humor. It's supposed to be, I guess, satirical or whatever, but that's not what happened. This is supposed to be. I've been seeing people talk about this book, you feel me, on like TikTok and shit like that. Like, oh my God, y'all gotta read this book. It's so deep. It's talking about all of the shit that they don't want us to know and all of the other shit. And like you said, like I said, 4.8, right? So all you gotta do though is go to the reviews. Now, when it comes to the reviews that's 5-star, obviously that's not gonna really get us, give us what we actually need. You need to go to the 1-star joints. You need to go to the 1-star joints because that's where the critiques are. Everybody else, like, you gotta understand, like, when it comes to new black shit, bro, if Pharrell Williams said that this book is fire, most new blacks is gonna be like, oh my God, this book is so fire. You know what I'm saying? But I want to show you niggas this book. And, oh yeah, so when it comes to I'm not even about to go through all of these, like, 1-star reviews and shit like that. But one of the things that was said about the shit is that I guess they figured it was gonna have pictures in it, but there was no pictures in it. And so yeah, there was a review that somebody had that they left, and it was just pictures of the pages of the book. And I want to show y'all this shit. I want to show y'all. Yeah, matter of fact, if we can do, yeah, it was this review right here, gang. This shit was fucking crazy, fam. This is a picture of the page. Okay? This is a picture from the book, okay? Hold on, let me check the chat. Antebellum Shack is crazy. Hold on. Somebody said something before Crystal said that. Yeah, there we go. Because I'm sick and tired of my fucking chat being so goddamn short. There we go. Now I can see more people. Sammy says, oh boy, here we go. Pierre Neptune, so he's the reason. Yo, listen, for sure. That video was hilarious. It's another AI video where they saying some random black man named Pierre Neptune is the reason why we have Hennessy today. It is fucking crazy. Here we go. Sammy says, rolling on the floor laughing. A recreation of a Samson story. Let me guess, he used a donkey's jawbone too. Black Tall Tales. The Google demons got that brother. Fed him the algorithm to tickle his ears, man. It's crazy. Jason says, hey, Prez, any chance I can buy the short documentary? Yeah, bro, just go to patreon.com/Hotep History. You want to buy just that post? That's it. I mean, I could put it on for sale if you want. But I'm just going to make it more than the price of just signing up. For sure says, I have that book. Oh, you do? A client gave it to me, but I never read it. I guess I will now. Yeah. Yeah, so you can confirm. Sammy says Michael Harriot narrated the stories on Drapetomania, a podcast produced by Pharrell Williams. My little brother was one of the ones who secured the commercial funding on that project. Wow. So that's why Pharrell left a great review, because it's no way Pharrell read that fucking book. You see? All I got to do is bring it to the chat. The chat going to let me know. The chat going to let me know, but dude, I'm sorry. You niggas have to see these fucking typos, gang. You have to see these typos. Please tell me that I can zoom in some more. Please tell me. I want you guys to see these fucking typos, bro. Hold on. No. I know we super zoomed in, but y'all need to see this. Y'all can't see it. I know y'all can't see it, man. Let me double check to see if y'all can see it, because this shit is nuts. Absolutely nuts, man. No, y'all can't really see it like that. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Because, like, son, when I seen this shit, this is incredible, son. Like, I have never seen typos like this, bro. Like, in a published book. This book was one of the New York Times bestsellers, bro. First of all, just like Crystal said, she said Amazon recommended that book for me, and the minute I saw the title, I knew it was going to be some bullshit. That's a fact. Black as fuck. So I can read this to you, and you can see that it's new black bullshit. But the typos is what y'all really need to see. Y'all really do, and I don't think y'all can, son. Like, if you really looked at this shit, first of all, the formatting in this book, like, I don't get it. What is with the small first sentence and then the body of paragraph, the random, like, indentations and, like, the dropping of the lines and shit like that? Like, the format is crazy all over the place. But the fucking typos, bro, incredible. So look at the review. The review says, I can't imagine who proofread this book before it went to print. Every single paragraph and every page has multiple combined words, typographical errors, improper punctuation, and on and on. Probably a good story, but impossible to read and enjoy with all the errors. And dog, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, son. Oh, I wish I can show y'all this. Can I save this picture? All right, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna save this shit and I'm gonna open it up on the window. Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta see this goddamn photo, son. Y'all have to. There we go. Resourceful Hotep. Listen, Hotep gonna get it done every time. So, son, look at these fucking typos, bro. Look at these fucking typos. Dead ass. Son, look. So look, the comma right here fucked it up. The comma here, and then he was not being spaced. Let's see. Salesman of marijuana being one word. He was also a Black Panther, of course. Deacon is hyphenated. Let's see. Of things is one word. And a bandsaw is one word. More complex is one word. My uncle is one word. Like, look at this shit, son. Which sat on is one word. Playing outside is one word. Like, this shit, like, dog. And this person, this is in the introduction of the book, G. Like, they said every page is full of this type of shit. And another critique that I kept reading, that they had a bunch of new black jokes in this bitch, and one of those jokes is on this page, and I'm gonna read it to you. Just full of corny ass jokes. So, let's see. Not committing is one word. Households running is one word. And out is one word. Like, this shit is crazy. Remember looking is one word. The turntable is one word. Like, yo, son, what the fuck? Now, here comes the new black shit. Because it's just full of these errors, right? It says, I want to say that Earth, Wind, and Fire is the greatest band in his hyphen Tory, but there might be white people reading this book, and I wouldn't want, one word, to cause any Beatles fans to have a conniption. These are the type of new black jokes. Like, apparently this book is littered with these types of fucking, I'm black and I'm proud. Like, look at me, like performing that performative blackness bullshit that niggas love doing. This book is full of that, apparently. And apparently, the 7-foot silent slave came from this book. That's crazy, son. So he says, I honestly don't know being don't know being one word, what a conniption is, but my uncle, comma, no space, Junior, I don't even understand. My uncle, comma, Junior said it a lot. All I know is no is being one word. Like, this shit is crazy. That shit is crazy, son. Look at this. No, like the punctuation is just nasty, but this is not the time for that. Boom. I don't know what the fuck. This is the time for understanding that Earth, Wind, and Fire is basical Jesus. Like, look at this. Like, oh shit, that's too much. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. Niggas paid real money for this shit. Look, how many is one word? Like, this shit is crazy, bro. Look how you spell ubiquitous, bro. With a period in the middle of it. Why? Why did you do that? Like, who wrote, like, I'm trying to figure out that this nigga write this, like, drunk? Like, was this nigga drunk when he wrote this shit? Like, when he typed this shit up, was this nigga, like, high on cocaine? Like, I'm trying to figure out, why would you put a period in the middle of ubiquitous like this? Look at this. First of all, why is great black music capitalized? Why is there an I in front of the M? Like, this is crazy, bro. Niggas spent real bread. This book won a New York Times bestseller, gang. New York Times bestseller book. And this was just the introduction. I don't know if you can see that right here, but it says introduction right here. It's crazy. I knew to avoid this book because of the nigga who wrote it. There's no way a man that's going to call black men, there's no way a black man is going to call other black men the white men of black people, and I listen to anything this nigga says. So I knew to avoid this book as soon as I heard it. I think this book came out in like 2022, 2023. So, yeah, son, look, course. Like, and then apparently he talked about getting robbed in the book. Like, these are all just anecdotes. It's just, oh my goodness. Terrible book. So motherfuckers get the lion and shit, you feel me? And they get to get it off. They get to get it off, yo. So yeah, this shit was insane. But look, like, rave reviews, son, over 2,600 fucking ratings, and everybody ate it up. They ate it up because motherfuckers don't really give a fuck about learning true history. They like to be told cool stories. And I noticed that. I know what game I'm in. You know what I'm saying? I know what arena I'm in. You feel me? It's just that when it comes to this, bro, like, what the fuck are y'all doing, man? Like, do y'all honestly, like, instead of, like, y'all would rather just lie on the ancestors instead of just actually finding real stories that the ancestors, like, actually did? Like, real things that they actually did and getting pride from that? Why would you make up a 7-foot mute slave? What the fuck? Again, for fiction, for works of fiction and shit like that, fine. But, you know what I'm saying? This shit, like, that shit is fucking, like, ridiculous. Let's see. Peoples Unite says, I hated the Beatles when I was growing up. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I heard a lot of white people said that the Beatles was trash for real. Like that whole British invasion shit was a fluke. Like they really wasn't that popping. It was a bunch of sheep and shit that just didn't really know music like that. You know what I mean? So when it comes to that book, I'm pretty sure, like, if I'm just being objective, not just being a hater, I would think that like maybe 60% of the stories that's told in that book are true. But that other 40%, that nigga went crazy. That nigga was making shit up. Like, I believe it, for real, for real. And I got books coming too, but I promise you, you will see them fucking sources at the bottom of the page or in the bibliography or the reference page in the back of the book. Can't be out here just making shit up, bro. And I want y'all niggas to know that. I can't stress this shit enough. I've said it before. But listen, gang, if a motherfucker genuinely, earnestly calls some shit hidden history, understand that nigga's lying. Nigga's lying. There's no such thing as hidden history, because if it was hidden from you, how the fuck do you know about it? You feel me? How the fuck do you know about it if it was actually hidden from you? If it's hidden history, how do you know about it? If you know about it, then therefore it is not hidden. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck am I to tell you that, yo, this is some hidden history? How, nigga, if you know about it? We about to learn. I'm pretty sure y'all don't know the names of the people that I'm about to bring up tonight, but them niggas ain't hidden from us. They not hidden from us. They don't tell you about them. We talked about Reverend Joseph H. Jackson, and we all agreed that we ain't learned about that nigga until very recently. I learned about him earlier this year. Y'all may have learned about him. Memphis said he learned about him from me. I didn't know who the fuck S.D. Redmond was, but that don't mean he was hidden from me. You feel me? The Library of Alexander, that shit is hidden from you because that shit burnt the fuck up. The basements in the fucking Vatican, that shit is hidden from you. Okay? That history that they got in the fucking in the basement of the Vatican, you know it exists, but you don't know what the fuck is in those contents. That's hidden from you. But even in that example, right? You know it either existed, like the Library of Alexander, you know it existed. The shit just burnt the fuck down, got destroyed. And then in the Vatican, you know, in the basement, they do have all these historical records that they are not sharing with us. You at least know they exist. There is no such thing as hidden history. I get it if you're going to say it on a colloquial level, you know what I'm saying? Like Zeitgeist, Clips, he clips me up and stuff like that. And he'll say some of the stuff is like hidden history because, you know, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? But like people who are like dead ass trying to purport this shit to you, like, yo, there's like a conspiracy to keep this knowledge from you, is fucking retarded. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's retarded. Like that's not how that shit goes, bro. Either you read about it or you didn't. Nobody kept Reverend Jackson from you. He wrote a book himself. You dig what I'm saying? And then somebody wrote a book about him. People care. It's just not, most people don't care. That's the reason why you've never seen Hotep history go over like a Rosa Parks story or a Martin Luther King story unless it had something to do with something that wasn't really talked about. That's why I say lesser known, untold, forgotten history. But hidden, no. Nobody's about to hide a 7-foot tall slave from you, bro. I'm telling y'all right now, because we know about Nat Turner, because we know about the slave rebellions that actually ended in the lives of white people, like white people actually died. How the fuck do we know about the actual slave rebellions that white people died in? We know about slave patrols being killed and being terrorized by slaves. Why the fuck would they write that down but not write about a 7-foot tall slave who was crushing skulls of white people? Everybody, white, black, or anybody else in between, would have written extensively about this nigga. This nigga would have been one of the most famously known niggas in the 19th century, I promise you. A 7-foot tall nigga crushing skulls? That nigga would make the news today. Some sources say that he was 8 feet tall. So you talking about a nigga that's 7 to 8 feet tall, who has the 7 to 8 feet tall, with superhuman strength, with the ability to crush skulls and windpipes with his hands, his bare fucking hands. And they wouldn't write about this nigga? They took pictures of regular degular niggas who was lied on about the crimes they committed in lynched photos. Nigga, they would have treated this nigga like a deer head over the mantle If he killed 9 white people, there is absolutely no reason why they wouldn't lynch this nigga and have all of the details about his lynching in every newspaper for the next however many decades, nigga. You would be tripping over sources about this man. They wouldn't let you forget that this mythical fucking creature, this mythical like creature fucking roamed the earth. 8 feet tall. Come on, son. Crushed skulls, son. Like, what? Nah, son. Y'all niggas gotta be joking, son. Got to be joking that you think that this story would have been hidden from you until a nigga like Michael Harriot brought it to your attention. Are you shitting me? No, son, this nigga would have been wrote about extensively, bro. They would have they would have dissected his body, did all types of scientific experiments on this nigga's body. This nigga's 8 feet tall. He can crush skulls with his hands. They're about to dead. Like no, this nigga's never being buried. We are going to fucking cut every piece of like part of his body up and studying the fuck out of it. What the fuck? 8 feet tall? 7 feet tall? You gotta be out of your fucking mind. Jason says, I want to share with friends and family across the country, and I'd be willing to pay $15, $20 for that, Doc. Not all my family will be willing to pay to it. I pay for physical and digital copies. You know what, Jason? You just light bulb. Yo, tonight's chat is very, very, like, y'all are very impressive tonight. Y'all putting on just as good a show as I am. Not gonna lie to you. I like this. Very great ideas coming from you, Jason, and I got you, brother. I got you. I'll sell a documentary to you. You know what I'm saying? I'll sell you a copy, rather. You know what I mean? Jason says, I'm glad I never heard of this book. That's a fact. Crystal says, and the crazy part is the true stories are dope as hell. That's the shit. That's the crazy part about it, that the true stories be super lit. They be super lit. I mean, going through the old newspapers alone, the wealth of information for sure. You mean to tell me he crushed non-slave owner skulls and they didn't kill him? 1, maybe 2, but 9 exactly, bro. Come on, son. Give me a break. Give me a break. So that's the bookmarks. That's the bookmarks for this evening, y'all. This is what I brought y'all. So we almost 3 hours in, for sure. So yeah, man, that's that. Big Jacob the Silent. So we building a team. We got Willie Techman Jenkins, we got Pierre Neptune, and now we got a giant nigga named Big Jacob the Silent. So we assembling a team of mythical fucking historical creatures, mythical Black American creatures. You feel me? So tonight's episode, ladies and gentlemen, is Black American Genius. Black American Genius. And I think you guys are really going to enjoy tonight's show. So who do we have? Give you guys, who was first? Okay, my man here was first. So we got first up, Thomas Fuller. All right, Thomas Fuller. So let's go back. Let me show you a picture of son. Now he was born in 1710 in Benin, West Africa. All right, this is what he looked like. 1710. Thomas Fuller. Anybody ever heard of Thomas Fuller? Anybody in the chat ever heard of Thomas Fuller? This is who he was. You feel me? So this is Thomas Fuller. So let's get back to the oh shit. Oh, fucked up. But yeah, this nigga apparently was like a fucking math whiz, gang. Like fucking incredible. And I wanna share his story with y'all. Yeah, see, public school didn't let us know about Thomas Fuller, bro. They didn't know it. They didn't let us know about him. So this is a different document. We're not getting into that. There was another page. I just had it. Here we go. Mac Tutor. So here we go. This is Thomas Fuller. Okay. He was an African born slave in America who was a prodigious mental calculator, y'all. So let's check. Thomas Fuller. Shout out to Memphis. Memphis said he heard of him. He might have heard of him. He says Thomas Fuller was an African shipped to America as a slave in 1724. He had remarkable powers of calculation, and late in his life was discovered by anti-slavery campaigners who used him as a demonstration that blacks are not mentally inferior to whites. The place of his birth appears to have been between present-day Liberia and Benin. Known as Negro Tom, we know that he was described as a very black man, and also we know that he lived in Virginia after being brought to the United States as a slave. Certainly late in his life, he was the property of Elizabeth Coates of Alexandria. Scripture writes in Thomas Fuller, known as the Virginia Calculator, was stolen from his native Africa at the age of 14 and sold to a planter. When he was about 70 years old, two gentlemen, natives of Pennsylvania, William Hartshorne and Samuel Coates, men of probity and respectable characters, having heard and traveling through the neighborhood in which the slave lived of his extraordinary powers in arithmetic, sent for him and had their curiosity sufficiently gratified by the answers which he gave to the following questions. First, upon being asked how many seconds there were in a year and a half, he answered in about 2 minutes. 47,304. No, I'm sure. What the hell? 47,304,000. Okay. Second, on being asked how many seconds a man has lived who was 70 years, 17 days, and 12 hours old, he answered in a minute and 60 seconds flat. Okay. He answered in a minute and a half. So excuse me. It wasn't 90 seconds. Well, yeah, I'm tripping. In 90 seconds, it wasn't 60 seconds. It was 90 seconds. Anyway, so you know I'm not no damn Thomas Fuller. What does that say? 210,500,800. That's crazy. He gave him that answer in a minute and a half. One of the gentlemen who employed himself with his pen in making these calculations told him he was wrong and the sum was not so great as he had said, upon which the old man hastily replied, "Stop, master, you forgot the leap year." Oh. On adding the amount of seconds of the leap years, the amount of the whole in both of their sums agreed exactly. What? That's crazy, son. In a minute and a half, this nigga's answering this question. There's no way you can have these shits preloaded. You had to do the calculation in real time, and it only took him a minute and a half to calculate how many seconds a 70-year-old, 17-day, and 12-hour-old, a 70-year, 17-day, and 12-hour-old man. That's crazy. Another question was asked and satisfactorily answered. Before two other gentlemen, he gave the amount of 9 figures multiplied by 9. In 1790, he died at the age of 80 years, having never learned to read or write in spite of his extraordinary power of calculation. That shit is fucking crazy. Present day thinking is that Fuller learned to calculate in Africa before he was brought to the United States as a slave. Supporting evidence for this comes from a passage written by Thomas Clarkson in 1788 describing the purchase of African slaves. Quote, "It is astonishing with what facility the African brokers reckon up the exchange of European goods for slaves. One of these brokers has 10 slaves to sell, and for each of these he demands 10 different articles. He reduces them immediately by the head to bars, coppers, ounces, and immediately strikes the balance." So he's doing calculations. Slave drivers are doing this calculation in their head. You feel me? The European, on the other hand, takes his pen and with great deliberation and with all the advantage of arithmetic and letters, begin to estimate also. He is so unfortunate as to make a mistake, but he no sooner errs than he is detected by this man of inferior capacity, whom he can neither deceive in the name or quality of his goods, nor in the balance of his account. So what he's basically saying here is that these slave traders, these African slave traders, have mental math down to a literal science, and the white man had to use pen and paper. Interesting. Despite Fuller's calculating abilities, he was never taught to read or write, and again, this is evidence that he did not learn to calculate while in the United States. When someone who had witnessed his calculating abilities remarked that it was a pity he had not been educated, Fuller replied, "It is best I got no learning, for many learned men be great fools." Well, that's just an ignorant thing to say there, Tommy, but it's all good. I see what you're saying. I disagree wholeheartedly. You would have definitely stood to read some more, but I get it. You a savant for real at math, so you like fuck everything else. But yeah, mental math genius. Mental math genius. If he's able to calculate the seconds in a 70-year-old man's life, I'm pretty sure he can do other math equations as well. So they said additional resources. What do they got? That's what they got. What is this? Mathematicians? Oh, we did. Okay, we got. Okay, so we got some more information about them. Let's see. Yeah, we're not seeing anything new here. Our present new understanding of mathematics that at the time allows us to claim that when Thomas Fuller arrived in 1724, he had already developed his calculation abilities. We learned that. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, it's not anything, no new information here. Not that I'm seeing. The famous African calculator. So that was Thomas Fuller, yo. That was Thomas Fuller. Let's check the chat. So Memphis did hear about him. Yep. Okay, cool. Sammy says, nah, bro, that's too many carry the ones. Buddy was probably a savant for sure. Sammy also says he's answering and calculating the common errors too. Yep. Straight up, does anybody honor him? Popular biographies list number 17. Oh, that's what y'all honored him as? Like, what you mean? Yeah, that's the same page, right? Yeah, we're going back to the same page. So that was Thomas Fuller. Up next, we got Albert Cox. Pause. Okay. We are going into the 20th century, actually. It's the late 19th century. Born December 5th, 1895. And he died November 28th, 1969. Okay. Albert Frank Cox, pause, was an American mathematician and was the first African American or Black American to receive a PhD in mathematics. Okay. So let's see. Albert Cox's parents, Eugenia D. Talbot and Johnson D. Cox, who were Black Americans. Johnson Cox was the principal of a high school, having taken courses at Evansville College and graduate studies at Indiana University. The district of Evansville, where Albert was brought, was racially mixed, but schooling was segregated. His family was deeply religious with a love for education. Come on, man. You know what I'm about to say. His family was deeply religious with a love for education. What did I say? The first two buildings that Black Americans build when they settle somewhere. What are the first two buildings? Come on. At high school, Albert showed talents which made his choice of career a difficult one. He was a talented violinist, but also showed remarkable talents in mathematics and physics. What must have made a decision harder to make was that Cox was awarded a music scholarship, which would have enabled him to travel to Europe to study at the Prague Conservatory of Music. Okay, his love of mathematics won, and he entered Indiana University, receiving an AB in 1917, having majored in mathematics and scored an A in every mathematics examination he took. The transcript which he was presented with had colored printed across it. He was appointed as a mathematics teacher at Alv Street School in Henderson, Kentucky, but in early 1918 he resigned and enlisted in the Army. World War I was drawing to a close, but Cox was sent to France, where he served until 1919, when he was discharged. So what I'm seeing here is that these guys be talented in a lot of areas, because I truly believe that if you are like super proficient at math, that you've kind of like, it's not the cheat code because that's what you're supposed to know, but if you're like super proficient at math, there are going to be other things that you're able to pick up like that, just simply based upon you understanding the nature of math. Like, you understanding math allows you to understand playing the piano or playing the drums or playing the violin, because everything is math. Everything is math for real. Everything as far as like life is concerned is ones and zeros for real. So when you understand math at that level, so where you can do mental calculations or you're really like proficient at math, there's not too many things that you can't do with your mind. And that includes playing instruments. You dig? So, and we're gonna get into some music geniuses too. Please believe we're gonna be here for a little bit. You know that the hours be flying when we on this motherfucker. So let's get back to it. After returning to the United States, Cox was appointed to Shaw University in Raleigh, North Carolina, where he became chairman of the Department of Natural Sciences. In December of 1921, he applied for a graduate scholarship at Cornell, then only one of 7 universities in the United States offering a PhD program in mathematics. One of his referees praised him highly, but expected, quote, certain difficulties for the young man because of the fact that he is of the colored race. Well, you know, it is what it is. Cox received the scholarship and entered Cornell in September 1922. His doctoral studies were supervised by William Lloyd Garrison. Williams, really? That's interesting. You know, William Lloyd Garrison, obviously a very notable abolitionist. You can take a look at him if you've never seen him before real quick. You know what I'm saying? Big abolitionist. You feel me? So that's cool. In 1924, he was awarded the Erastus Brooks Fellowship, and he spent some time in McGill University in Montreal in that year, since his supervisor was working there. In 1925, Cox was awarded his doctorate for his thesis, Polynomial Solutions of Difference Equations. See, I don't even understand that title. You feel me? Williams felt that since Cox was the first person of his race in the world to be awarded a doctorate in mathematics, it was necessary for him to have the recognition by a university outside of the United States. Universities in England and Germany refused to consider his doctoral thesis, but the Imperial University in Sendai, Japan accepted it. Carey writes, quote, his accomplishment helped to make it possible for other black mathematicians, such as Dudley Walken Woodard, William Waldron Schieffelin, Clater, Marjorie Lee Brown, Evelyn Bond Granville. Let's see if she's related to, no, Granville T. Woods. Granville is the first name. And David Blackwell to receive their doctorates from American universities. So, hold on. Let's look up some of these people. Who's Dudley Welkin Woodard? You know, this is what I be talking about. I ain't never heard of none of these people. There's a whole bunch of unknown black mathematicians. See, look at this. What did he do? Have y'all? Oh yeah, Memphis said math is mostly pattern recognition. That's a fact. But Dudley Weldon Woodard, have y'all ever heard of this man? I haven't. Was a Galveston-born American mathematician and professor, and the second Black American to earn a PhD. He was the second one, and his mentor was Albert Cox. Got it. Wow. Wait, hold on. Albert kind of looked like Sammy low-key. You put glasses on him? He low-key looked like Sammy. So look at these geniuses, man, just walking around here. So Dudley, he received his BA from Wilberforce, his BS and his MSc at University of Chicago, of course, Chicago. He taught collegiate mathematics in Tuskegee for many years. Talk about it until he finally earned his PhD at UPenn. Okay. His doctoral thesis was entitled "On Two-Dimensional Analysis Situs with Special Reference to the Jordan Curve Theorem," and was advised by John R. Klein. Gang. During his lifetime, he published 3 papers. The second of these, the characterization of the closed end cell. The closed end cell is crazy because it sounds like incel. But anyway, and what is this? The Fundamenta Mathematicae is a peer-reviewed scientific journal of mathematics with a special focus on the foundations of mathematics, concentrating on set theory, mathematical logic, topology, and its interactions with algebra and dynamical systems. Wow. Got it. Not really, but I gotta take their word for it. The first paper published in an accredited mathematics journal by a Black American. He also published a study for the Committee of 12 for the advancement of the interests of the Negro race on Jackson, Mississippi in 1909, a textbook, Practical Arithmetic, and an article on geometry teaching that Tuskegee in 1913. Let's see if we can get that book. Let's see if we can read that book. What was his name? Dudley, what was his name? Woodard. Let's see. Yep, here you go. Found it. Practical Arithmetic by Dudley W. Woodard. Let's get to it. And then, yeah, he got another one up here too. Let's see. Booker got him. Booker got him after Wilberforce. People love Wilberforce and Tuskegee. Yeah, son. That's what I'm saying. Like, I believe after learning about the Tuskegee machine, I believe Booker was like, he was what's that shit? He was poaching these niggas. Ooh, we got a clean copy of it too. Ooh, what we got? The Tuskegee Institute series of texts, edited by J.R.E. Lee, Director, Academic Department, Tuskegee Normal Industrial Institute. Let's go. Okay, it's a short introduction. We can read that short intro. You know what I'm saying? In presenting this volume, the author endeavors to set forth matter which will give training and drill in all of the fundamental processes of arithmetic or in arithmetic. The matter contained herein have all been taken by Mr. D.W. Woodard, the author from the industrial and business operations of the Institute. He has visited every department of the institution, has examined all of the books, and has had numerous conferences with every instructor. He has not found a single practical workable operation in arithmetic that has not been exemplified in some of the work connected with the institution. Talk about it. Come on now. The problems are therefore local in their setting. The accounting department, the mechanical department with its various construction operations, and the agricultural department, shout out to Carver, through its planting, harvesting, and productive endeavors, together with the various industries for the training of young women, have all furnished the material for the operations in this volume. So he's going to be doing math, like Tuskegee math. Hold on, y'all. This book in the present form is the Tuskegee Institute edition. It comprises one of the series of what is known as the Tuskegee Institute series of texts. This series of texts covers various branches taught in the usual secondary course. In this text and others that are underway, claim is laid to concrete and practical application of all operations and principles set forth therein. Wow. Let me find out this nigga like taught math specifically for Tuskegee. Like what? Tailor-made curriculum like this? Okay, let's check out the preface. This book has been prepared in response to a long-felt need of the students at Tuskegee. At this institution, the attempt is made to connect the arithmetic in a vital manner with everyday interests and exercises of the students. The subject is presented as a necessary tool for doing certain things, for solving specific problems. Under this conception of the function of arithmetic, the course centers about the problems. If this book has any distinctive feature, it lies in the character of the problems. Attention is called to the very large number of problems in which the data must be gathered at first hand by the teacher and student. So he's dead ass about to teach math using Tuskegee, like the institute, as like the foundation for the lessons. This is about to be fire. In fact, it is impossible to carry out the purpose of this book within the narrow confines of the classroom. In the gathering of problems for this work, I have had the hearty cooperation of the members of every department and institute in which to express here my grateful appreciation of the same. I gotta check this book out, y'all. So let's see. In making bread at the Institute Bakery, flour, yeast, sugar, lard, salt, and water are mixed together. These materials are mixed according to a recipe, which tells us which tells how much of each kind of material must be used. Thus, the recipe used by the bakers in making bread on a certain day requires 700 pounds of flour, 1 pound of yeast, 20 pounds of sugar, 10 pounds of lard, 5 pounds of salt, and 40 gallons of water. In this statement just made, 700, 1, 20, 10, 5, and 40 are called numbers. Yo, he's dead ass. Oh my God, son. That's fire. That is fire. I told y'all this. This is what the ancestors did. So I told y'all the way that the ancestors would teach the babies or teach the youth about whatever subject, they would center black people in it. So if we're going to talk about science, we're going to censor black scientists in their experiments. If we're going to teach reading or writing, we're going to center black, books and black writers. You see what I'm saying? So this nigga is teaching math using everyday situations that are going on inside of the entire institute. And that's why he was saying, I talk to every department, not just like, this is fire. Yo, we be finding the best shit. Who else? Like, where else are we? This is available online. Obviously, I didn't upload this, so I'm not taking credit for that. But I know that when it comes down to views, if I looked at the analytics of this website, or this web page rather, because Hotep Trust is one of my favorites. So I go here daily. But this page alone, I wonder how many people looked at this book this year. This decade. How long, like when was this even uploaded? That's crazy. So let's see what let's see how he does it. Cause this is so special to me. The symbols of characters 7, 0, 1, 2, 5, 4 used in writing these numbers are called figures or digits. As you have already learned, the figures used in writing numbers are 1, 2, 3, you already know. Numbers like 40 and 5 are often called abstract or unnamed numbers. Okay. On the other hand, the expressions 40 gallons and 5 pounds are called concrete or named numbers. Oh, because it's denoting what the 40 is. Oh my goodness. This is fire. So this is just like fundamental operations. Other numbers are $9, which tells us how much each student of the institute pays a month for board. 39 miles, which tells how far Chihal is from or Chahal is from Montgomery by railroad. 7 days, which tells us how many days are in a week. 25 cents, which tells the price per pound of a certain grade of coffee sold at the Institute commissary. Now, one of each of these things named in the above numbered expressions is called a unit. Thus, 1 pound, 1 gallon, $1, 1 mile, 1 day, and 1 cent are units. And then they do the exercises. Find out what units are used at the Institute dairy barn in stating the amount of milk given by a cow in a day. Dog, this is why I fuck with the ancestors, dog. Fuck just sitting down and doing work. I'm going to make it real for you. Because sitting down and just copying it, or writing things down and shit like that, that's one thing. But this is how we're going to learn math. You are going to find out what units are used at the school that you go to's dairy barn in stating the amount of milk given by a cow in a day. So you need to learn from the people that's doing the fucking cows and shit like that, how many gallons this one cow produces in a day. Do you know how easy it is for that student to remember math now? Because it's attached to something that they're actually doing. It's attached to it. You feel me? And while, of course, in the late 20th century, going into the 21st century, we had like the little cubes, we had the counting bears and stuff like that, which is cute, it's cool, but imagine all of the practicality. Oh, for sure says it. Super practical. Sammy says super practical, right? Like, this is something that you'll be able to like literally use. It'll be embedded in your brain based upon your brain using the physicality of going out there, milking the cows, and finding out how much that shit is going to create, you know what I'm saying, in a day. And then, of course, the actual math equations being used in your head. So, number 2, what units are used at the creamery in selling this milk to customers? 3, name the units used in the dressmaking division in measuring cloth. You feel me? So the units would be for number 1, obviously gallons. 2 would be used at the creamery in selling milk. So that'll be dollars and cents. 3 would be the units used in dressmaking division in measuring cloth. Of course, that would be inches and feet or yards. Number 4, put out on the yardstick, pocket rule, or tape measure some unit lengths. Like, come on, man. What units are used at the paint shop? What units are used at the poultry yard in stating how many eggs are bought, etc. Name some units name some units used in the cooking division in connection with recipes. Find out what units are used at the canning factory. Name some units used at the commissary. Name some of the units on the farm, truck, garden, and orchard. Name any other unit not already mentioned. Read carefully the statements given below. In 1910, 91,972,266 persons were counted as living in the United States of America. That number is read 91,900,000. Like, yeah, son, you getting to it. Basic math. So, yeah, a student working at the brick mason division in 1 month earned $3.84. Man, this is fire, bro. Students at mattress making. There was a mattress making division, plain sewing division, dressmaking division, ladies tailoring division, millinery division. Man, this is fire. This book is gangster. This book is so gangster. The National Medical Association, shout out to the ancestors. So what was number 1? Write-in figures. Oh, okay. In March 1911, they were printed at the Institute printing office, of course. 15,000 copies of the Southern Letter, 19,200 copies of the Tuskegee Student, 1,250 copies of the Journal of the National Medical Association, and 1,000 copies of the National School News. So all you had to do was write down the numbers associated with the words written down. That's fire. Roman numerals. Come on. Addition. Let's see. Jason says, this is called practical math. Okay, practical math was taught, a long time in schools, but it's also been relegated to the part of math instead of being the standard. Also, what is this book called again? It's on the screen. Y'all don't see it on the screen? It's right there on the screen. So now we doing addition. Okay. We got a whole chapter on addition. This is fire, man. And then the shit that I love about it is like you said, Jason, and everybody else think, oh, for sure. No, Sammy said it. Like, it's just practical. Like, you're using real life to be able to teach the lesson. Yeah, this is dope. So shout out to Woodard. And remember, I want y'all to remember, this is how I do research. I want y'all to see that. You see how this shit started with highlighting a name, Googling that person. And now we got a whole book that he wrote. Can I download this whole book? Yes, I can. Ooh. This is going. See, and that's another thing, HIP. This is going right. This is going right into the digital library. Right into the digital library. Let me go ahead and copy this. I'm not going to be... Oh, I'm about to open up my inbox. Pause. Oh, man. I got to send this to me ASAP. Well, I'll wait. But I'm definitely adding this to the library. So we just seen another book in real time be added to Hotep's digital library. This is where I get it from. This is how I do it. This is how I aggregate. It's called the title of the book is called, let's go back to the top. I just skipped it, my fault. Where we at? We go right back to the top. There it is. Practical Arithmetic by Dudley W. Woodard. We found a new book. I'm about to put that in the digital library. I hope when y'all be seeing these books, we go over primary sources every episode. There's always an old book. When was this one published? Huh? Did it say the date? No, it didn't say the date yet. Hold on. Let's see what year this was made. This was made in 1911. 1911. Yeah. 1911 this was written. So another over 100-year-old book. So that was Dudley. We didn't even have him on the docket, but yeah. Yep. Dudley Weldon Woodard. He wasn't even on the docket. We might as well go through these other names. Shit, who knows what we'll find. This is it. This is how I do some of my research right here, man. I don't know any of these people. I'm learning about these people in real time. William Schieffelin Clater. Never heard of him. Have y'all heard of any of these people? Let me know. An American mathematician specialized in topology, and that is the branch of mathematics concerned with the properties of a geometric object that are preserved under continuous deformation, such as stretching, twisting, crumpling, and bending, that is without closing holes, opening holes, tearing, gluing, or passing through itself. Okay. He was born in Norfolk, Virginia, where his father was a dentist. He was the third Black American. So we just going down the line of how many people were able to earn their PhD in mathematics. So we found out about the first, right? which was what Albert Cox, and then after that was Woodard, and now after him was Claytor. And published 2 papers in the Annals of Mathematics. Okay. He taught at HBCUs. He went to public schools in D.C. and also he went to Hampton. He got his BA from Howard, and then he was taught by Albert. You see that? The third black man to earn a PhD in mathematics was taught by the first black man to earn one. Dudley Woodard, the second to get a PhD in mathematics, was just setting up the graduate program in math at Howard, and Claytor earned his MA there in 1929. So look at that. The first, second, and third PhD holders in mathematics all knew each other, and the third, so this is so fire. The first earned it, the second learned under the first, and then the third learned under the second and the first. That's fire. That's fire. Man. Let's see. For sure says, these streams are so interesting because everything seems connected. Facts. The schools, the people, the cities, every story is one big web. People are getting it. This is, listen, I can't even. There's certain things that I am working on that I don't want to like really spill the beans on and shit like that. But for sure is on to something. For sure is on to something. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Okay, perfect example. Y'all remember I told y'all while people disagreed, there were rivalries, there were enemies and shit like that. We weren't just one homogenous, group of people in that sense. But I want you to know, like, there was a collective consciousness that Black Americans had. Not every Black American was tapped into it or operating under it, but they were well aware of it. They were well aware of it. And if you were a part of those 5 groups, I've been dropping breadcrumbs and shit like that since the start. But I told y'all remember the 5 groups. Before I give the 5 groups, y'all tell me in the chat what the 5 groups are. What are the 5 groups? What are the main 5 groups of Black Americans who pushed for Black American advancement from 1865 to 1965? The 5 groups that I always list. Tell me in the chat. Okay. Let's see. Let's check out his academic career. Claytor taught at HBCU, West Virginia State, for 3 years following his doctorate. Okay. Not being able to secure a job at a major institution, at a majority institution due to the prevalent racism of the era. At West Virginia, his students included Katherine Johnson, who later worked on the space program at NASA. Come on. Her name was Creola. I love that. Her name was Creola? That's adorable. I love that name. Creola. Come on. She was born August 26, 1918 in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, to Joylette Roberta and Joshua McKinley Coleman. She was the youngest of 4. Her mother was a teacher and her father was a lumberman, farmer, and handyman. He also worked at the Greenbrier Hotel. Johnson showed strong mathematical abilities from an early age. All right, cool. And she worked on NASA. That's what's up. She worked at NASA, excuse me. She was a NASA scientist. Was a American Human Computer. Oh, so she was another one. Sammy, you got 2. You got 2 out of those. So you counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm tripping. I knew I asked for 5. So you got 2 out of those 5 correct. Those other 3 are incorrect. I won't say which ones are correct or incorrect because I want to give people an opportunity to get all 5 correct. But you got 2 out of those 5 correct. So she was another human computer whose calculations of orbital mechanics as a NASA employee were critical to the success of the first and subsequent U.S. crewed space flights. That's what I be trying to tell you niggas, man. This is what I be trying to tell y'all. Like, the ancestors is all through here, man. She just died in 2022. She just died in 2020. It's all good, Sammy. It's all good. You still come through. You still come through. So yeah, back to William though. Oh, see, I never watched Hidden Figures. Crystal says, I think most of us were introduced to Katherine Johnson through Hidden Figures. I never heard of her. I never watched Hidden Figures. Never watched it. Seemed new black. And then I heard that they was lying. There's something about the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? And just because Sammy got the question wrong don't mean that nobody else is supposed to answer. What are the 5 groups? I talk about these 5 groups all of the time. It's fine. Sammy at least tried. Y'all not about to just act like I didn't ask for that. Like, I asked for the 5 groups. There's people in the chat that I know right now that should know. That should 100% know the amount. I mean the answer. What are the 5 groups? So yeah, so this is William. So let's go back. So Marjorie Lee Brown. Marjorie Lee Brown. Let's get into her story. She probably the 4th one. Is she the 4th one to receive? Why do they have this woman here? This is not her. Oh, for sure says. Hey, oh, for sure, got it. Industrial, intellectual, commercial, political, and professional. Yes, absolutely. Yes, shout out to oh, for sure. They got it. So, Marjorie Lee Brown. Let's see. Was a mathematics educator. She was one of the first Black American women to receive a PhD in mathematics, of course. Let's go to her works. She did sets, logic, and mathematical thought. You get hold on. Oh, for sure says, what do I win? Can I like the comment or some shit? There we go. Can I give her like a 100? There we go. 100. You can get the 100s. Congratulations. So in 57, she wrote Sets, Logic, and Mathematical Thought, Introduction to Linear Algebra, Elementary Matrix Algebra, what? Algebraic Structures. Oh, these is really... And I know, like, I'm just out of my depth when it comes to this type of shit, but let's see. Let's read this one. Elementary Matrix Algebra. Let's see if we can get a copy of that. Let's see if we can get a copy of that there. How you do that there? Can we get a copy? I wanted to see a copy. Princeton, women and minorities in mathematics. No, these ain't that. These ain't that. Mathematics digital collections. Oh well. So yeah, this is another one, son. So this is like, man, I don't think we need to go through all of those because we still got more people to get to. So shout out to Marjorie, shout out to William, shout out to Dudley. There was another one. Oh, and shout out to Albert, obviously. I'm keeping that window up. We need to keep this window open. Next up, we talked about him earlier. We talked about him earlier. Benjamin Banneker. Now we know about Benjamin. He's made it through to the mainstream, so to speak. You know. So we're gonna learn about him and see what we can get. Hopefully, I mean, I know I'm gonna learn something that I didn't know before. And as y'all can see, when it comes to this type of stuff, you see the websites be old as hell. Look at this website. You know what I'm saying? Look at this shit. This is websites from when we was kids, bro. When was this website made? I ain't trying to skip all the way ahead. We're not reading all of this, too. It's already 10 o'clock. We got to be mindful of the time. But when was this site made? 2001, bro. This site was created when I was 11 years old. And I be wondering how many people even come back to this shit. No. Excuse me. This website was made May 25th, 1997. You feel me? This is when we fucking still had like, do y'all remember when back in the day on websites when they had like the hit counter for like how many visits the website had got? I remember that shit. 1997 is what I was 7 years old when this website was created. You feel me? I miss the old internet, man. Because like you really just had to be interested in Benjamin Banneker. Like you just legitimately had to be interested in him. This is math.buffalo.edu, bro. Like this, like niggas wasn't worried about monetization or nothing. Like there's no ads in this shit for real. It's just, yo, this is for the love of the game, for the love of the internet highway. You feel me? Websites still, I love these old 90s websites. Yeah, it ain't a looker, it ain't much. You know what I'm saying? This was peak graphics in 97 up here. You know what I'm saying? But good information. These motherfuckers is like, they understood that they were participating in something new. And it was all of like the way that they told us about the World Wide Web back in the day and all that other shit. Like it was literally the information highway. And this is where you got information from. I honestly, I wish we can go back to this. You feel me? Like I wish we can go back to these types of websites, bro. That Squarespace shit, like cool, like for your business or whatever, or your blog. But like I miss these websites, bro. Where it's just one motherfucker just typing away and getting they shit off, and like this is the first like digitizing of information for real. And it's like I love that shit. But enough lollygagging, because we're going to get into some shit. Here is Benjamin Banneker. Okay, Molly Walsh. Why are we starting with a woman named Molly Walsh? Molly Walsh emigrated from England to the colony Maryland as an indentured slave in bondage for 7 years. I told y'all that was usually the bid before what was his name? Hugh Gwynn. Hugh Gwynn was like, nah, we need slaves for life, Jack. When her servitude ended, Molly purchased a farm alongside the Patapsco River near Baltimore and 2 slaves. In time, she set the slaves free and married one of them, a man named Banneker, changed from Banneker. They had several children, one daughter named Mary. Mary Banneker grew. Wait, hold on. Before we get into that, fellas. Fellas, you marrying your slave owner, bro? She like, yo, I'll set you free if you marry me. Yo, son, how'd you guys meet? Well, I came here on an indentured servitude, and I had to work 7 years. After I got my freedom, I bought I bought old Banneker over here as one of my slaves. And I know she was doing them all crazy. Like, yeah, when you finish working on that field, come on up. Come on up to bed. Oh, bruh. She was like, yeah, you been outside sweating all day. Bring that ass up in the bed when you're done. Get in the shower. Well, go wash and get in the bed. They had several children. Of course they did. Oh, man. Nah, I couldn't do it, son. I couldn't do it, son. My wife talking to me nasty. Not in a good way. Like, nah, you ain't nothing but I own you. Like, she can literally say, I own you, nigga. Like that meme. Like, I own you, nigga. Sammy says household dynamics crazy. That's a fact, bro. That shit is hilarious. Okay. So they had a baby. They had a daughter named. They had several children, but one daughter named Mary Banneker. Okay, Mary Banneker grew up, purchased a slave. Jesus, just like her mama. Just like her mama. Purchased a slave, Robert, whom she later married and lived on the family farm. Nah, bro, what is happening, gang? What the fuck? Nah, son. Nah. What are we doing here, ladies? Molly and Mary going crazy with the slave purchases, bro. Like, nah. Because it would have been misogyny. It would have been misogyny, Sammy. Let a black man have purchased a black woman as a slave. And she doing all of the slave work. And then you like, you know what? I kind of like you. I kind of like you. You gonna be my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like they would have, oh, look at misogynoir. Even in the colonial era, black men were misogynist against black women. But these women is copping niggas and then marrying them. That's crazy. That's crazy. I want you niggas to know, slaves ain't ever been cheap, son. Like, they have never been cheap. So they spending a pretty penny. Mary bought Robert, whom she later married and lived on the family farm. That's crazy, bro. How am I supposed to explain that to my son? For real, how am I supposed to explain our origin story, how we met, how I met your mother? How I met your mother, son. Yeah, man. She saw me on the auction block and had to have me. Like, come on, son. Like, come on, man. I can't tell my son that. That's crazy, son. It wasn't like we was both enslaved and she paid for my freedom. You know what I'm saying? Because let's just say she had a little bit better hustle than me, or she was able to make more money because of whatever. You feel me? And then she paid for my freedom. Nah, nigga, she paid for me as her slave. Like, she purchased me as a slave for that purpose, to be her slave, son. Oh my God, freedom paper bros. Freedom paper bros is crazy, son. Oh my God, the chat is wilding tonight, son. We didn't even get into the genius part yet. We tripping off of how he came to be. So we started with oh my God. And I already knew for sure was covered with bullshit. Oh my God. Talking about didn't know you could do that. Hold on now. Let's hear her out. Nah. Benjamin Banneker's grandmother paid and bought his grandfather. Then his mother bought his father, bro. Like, oh my God. Hopefully Benjamin comes and fucking ends this shit, right? So on November 9th, 1731, a son, Benjamin, was born to Robert and Mary Banneker. Using the Bible, Molly and Banneker Molly Banneker taught Mary's children to read. So grandma taught her grandchildren how to read. And soon after, Benjamin would read the Bible to his mother and grandmother. For those times, life was good to this little community, but work was hard, but not challenging to Benjamin. He learned to play the flute and the violin, and when a Quaker school opened in the valley, Benjamin attended it during the winter, where he learned to write in elementary arithmetic. Now it's going right back to what we was talking about when it came down to who was proficient at the violin, and he went to Tuskegee for math instead of whatever that other school was for music, on a music scholarship. Very interesting. He had an 8th grade education by the time he was 15, at which time he took over the operation for the family farm. How old was I in 8th grade? I was 14? No, tripping. I was 13. But I guess back then, it was a little bit different. That probably was advanced as a motherfucker, you know? You know what I'm saying? He devised an irrigation system of ditches and little dams to control the water from the springs, known around as Banneker Springs. So they really had land. They had springs on the farm. Their tobacco farm flourished even in the times of drought. Oh, so this nigga come from money. I mean, yeah, math and music is closely related for sure. That shit is crazy, G. So, like, Benjamin Banneker was, like, rich. He was born rich. Banneker became fascinated with the patent watch of a friend, Joseph Levy. Levy gave Benjamin the watch, and he took it apart to study its working. So he's reverse engineering shit. Banneker then carved similar watch pieces out of wood to make, in 1752, a wooden clock. Due to its precision, it struck every hour on the hour and continued to do so for nearly 40 years. The clock brought fame to the young Banneker. Thus, he began a watch and clock repair business. Immediately monetized. Immediately. Further, he helped another famous Marylander, the industrialist Joseph Ellicott, to build a complex clock. Banneker and Ellicott brothers the Ellicott brothers became friends. Joseph Ellicott was an amateur mathematician and astronomer, and lent Banneker books on astronomy and mathematics, as well as instruments for observing the stars. Banneker taught himself astronomy and advanced mathematics, and in 1773, he began to devote serious attention to both subjects. He successfully predicted the solar eclipse that occurred on April 14th, 1789. Wow. Contradicting the forecast of prominent mathematicians and astronomers of the day. Coming through with that Hotep math. That's Hotep math. In the same way that Hotep history be talking about all of the shit that motherfuckers don't know, but have all of this historical, relevance and all of that other stuff. My nigga Banneker was doing the same shit. Like, y'all doing the wrong calculations. I'm telling y'all, the eclipse is going to happen on the 14th, not the 15th. Telling y'all think it's going to be on the 13th, but it's actually on the 14th. Guaranteed. Book it. Banneker's habits of study appear odd to the non-scientists. It is said that on many nights he would wrap himself in a great cloak and lie under a pear tree and meditate on the revolutions of the heavenly bodies. He would remain there throughout the night and take to his bed at dawn. So he was really in like a abstract thinker. And I think you gotta be. This is what I'll be talking about when it comes to genius and shit, right? It's literally just how your brain operates, and based upon the way your brain operates, you are able to conceive the world. Like, if you think weird, right? But your weird thinking is still attributing to you getting smarter and more intelligent. If you need to wrap yourself in a fucking cloak and lie under a pear tree to meditate the way the solar system works, then by golly, nigga, that's what you got to do. You feel me? So here we go. As reported in the Georgetown Weekly Ledger, March 12, 1790, when Banneker was 60, he was appointed by President George Washington to a 3-man team of surveyors headed by Major Andrew Ellicott, Joseph's cousin, to survey the future District of Columbia. Banneker, the paper said, was an Ethiopian whose abilities as surveyor and astronomer already proved that Mr. Thomas Jefferson's concluding that the race of men were void of mental endowment was without foundation. So based upon this nigga's ability to pretty much map out the future place on which Washington, D.C. now sits, there's no way that you can think that the black man was inferior. No way. And, you know, Ethiopian was a shorthand for African at that time. You know what I'm saying? They would call Africa Ethiopia and shit. Like the entire continent, right? Banneker and Ellicott worked closely with Pierre Elephant. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that wrong. The architect in charge. However, Elephant could not control his temper and was fired. He left, taking all of the plans with him. But Banneker saved the day by recreating the plans from memory. So as far as I'm fucking concerned, Banneker designed DC. If you motherfuckers couldn't replicate what the fuck it was, like imagine if a black man was like, no, I remember everything that we did to fucking land on the moon. Even though I don't believe we landed on the moon. But like, let's just say that actually happened. Right? A black man comes out of fucking nowhere like, nah, I remember all of the schematics by memory. I remember all of the everything by fucking memory, bro. What? Benjamin Banneker designed Washington, D.C. I said he helped before. Like, I don't want to be putting too much sauce on the ancestors because, you know, motherfucking Big Jacob, the silent slave, is fucking around on the internet. So I don't want to be classified with them niggas. But if Elephant left and took all of his works with him, and without any type of, like, there's no copies of this work, y'all would have had to start from scratch. But a black man saved the motherfucking day. He recreated the plans from memory, bro. Also, in 1791, Banneker created and published his acclaimed Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and Almanac Ephemeris. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And let's see. For sure says gonna sell him and buy a new man. That's fucking crazy. Crystal says that this has to be where you got Ellicott City, Maryland. Yeah, for sure. I don't think we went to the moon either, but if they say so, right. That footage is shaky. Very that you can't convince me that shit is real. Like, anyway. In 1792, Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, white supremacist, Jesus, and slave owner, pronounced black mathematically inferior. In response to Jefferson, Benjamin Banneker sent a copy of his almanac along with a 12-page letter to the secretary requesting aid in improving the lot of black Americans. Banneker's almanac were compared favorable with Benjamin Franklin Poor Richard's almanac. However, in 1802, he stopped publishing his almanac due to poor sales. Hating. Banneker lived for 4 years after his almanacs discontinued. He published a treatise on bees, did a mathematical study on the cycle of the 17-year locust. What? The same 17-year fucking, oh no, that's cicadas. I'm tripping. The 17-year locust, and became a pamphleteer for the anti-slavery movement. He continued scientific studies by night and walked his land by day. He also continued to keep his garden. He hosted many distinguished scientists and artists of his day, and his visitors commented on his intelligence and on his knowledge of everything of importance that was happening in the country. As always, he remained precise and reflective in his conversations with others. His last walk with a friend came on October 9th, 1806. He complained of being ill and went home to rest on his couch. He died later that day. Wow. That's crazy. The material garnered from for this webpage came from several books. However, it appears that we are in the middle of a debate. Below are letters I received from scholars. I am most thankful of their input into this webpage. Wow. Oh, so let's get some correction going on. Let's get some straightening. Let's see if they're going to hate. There's no record of Banneker received an 8th grade education. He is more likely to receive a rudimentary elementary education, as Bendini states. There's no record of Joseph Levy connected to the watch Banneker borrowed and used to design his wooden clock. There's no evidence that Banneker helped Joseph Ellicott make the famous clock, which is housed at the Smithsonian. Ellicott made it in Pennsylvania before he moved to Ellicott Mills, where through his nephew he met Banneker. According to Bendini, they had not other relationship other than seeing the clock. That sentence is crazy. George Ellicott was the person with whom Banneker had an ongoing relationship through the sharing of books and instruments. Banneker did not work with Elephant. Banneker returned home in April 1791. Elephant was appointed in 1791 to a very different job and worked at that job until March 1792. They would never have met, and Banneker would never have seen Elephant's plans, which were, according to him, still incomplete in 1792. Elephant still has the plans and lived just outside of Washington until he died in 1825. He is now buried at Arlington Cemetery, but refused an appointment as a professor at West Point. Okay, your Thomas Jefferson quote about the inferiority of blacks is accurate in content, but not in source. It does not come from 1792 when he was Secretary of State. It is written. It is a written quote from his notes on the state of Virginia, which was published in 1781 and 82. Specifically, this quote can be found in Query 14 of those notes. You can find the document at the University of Virginia's online archives, which listen, man, I'm trying to tell y'all, where's that website at? Damn, it's going to be the same page? That's whack. All right, go back if you like. Thus, your statement that Benjamin Banneker's famous letter to Jefferson was specifically in response to this quote from Jefferson is also not correct. Banneker's letter was sent in 1791, about 10 years after Jefferson wrote those words. Okay, got some corrections there. But I mean, that nigga was, like, he did survey, like, Washington, D.C. Cliff says, I commit architectural plans by memory as well. Maybe a few houses, but not a whole damn city. Shout out to Benjamin. Shout out to you, man. What the fuck? See, this is why you don't smoke weed. This is why you don't smoke weed, kids. I'm trying to tell y'all something. I started smoking way too early. I fried up some very vital brain cells, and now I can't even remember what the fuck I ate yesterday and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So this was his letter to Jefferson. The first two words is fucking in all caps. I am fully sensible of the greatness of that freedom which I take with you on the present occasion, a liberty which, see, I'm not reading this whole thing, scarcely allowable, when I reflected on the distinguished and dignified station in which you stand, and the almost general prejudice and prepossessions which is so prevalent in the world against those of my complexion. Oh, he was smoking shit. I don't even understand, like, even if I ain't no math, nigga, if I'm using these types of words towards you, I don't understand. So here's his response to Banneker. I thank you sincerely for your letter of the 19th instant and for the almanac it contained. Nobody wishes more than I do to see such proofs as you exhibit that nature has given to our black brethren talents equal to those of the other colors of men, and that the appearance of a want of them is owing merely to the greater condition of their existence both in Africa and in America. I can add with truth that nobody wishes more ardently to see a good system commence for raising the condition both of their body and mind to what it ought to be, as fast as the imbecility of their present existence and other circumstance which cannot be neglected will admit. Jesus, them run-on sentences, boy. I have taken the liberty of sending your almanacs to Monsieur de Cordyceps, Secretary of the Academy of Sciences in Paris, and member of the Philanthropic Society, because I considered it as a document to which your whole color had a right for the justification against the doubts which have been entertained of them. I am with great esteem, sir, your most obdit, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. This is Thomas Jefferson talking to Banneker in this letter right here. So that's just a part of the page. Yeah. So yeah, this was Thomas Jefferson writing to Banneker. So let's see if I can get a Banneker almanac. Come on, sir. Let's see what we got. Banneker's almanac and ephemeris. Is this just a picture or is it a book? Oh no, it's the whole thing. It's the whole joint. Yes. Oh wow. Oh nigga, this yeah. Let's zoom in here. The anatomy of man's body. So this is I'm so glad I get to show y'all this shit. So this is an S. The 18th century, the S's were in it's crazy. Let me show y'all. Yeah, it's called the long S. And this is what the fuck they look like, bro. They look like F's, but they really they S's. You feel me? The long S. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, it was interchangeable. Like, I don't understand. How did you use the S here, but like shit is crazy. You use the long S here, but then the regular S here. Like what? I don't even understand. Like what different? Like how do you even differentiate? Like which one when you're gonna use it? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that was just like a little tidbit that I like to share with people who don't normally know. So this is the anatomy of a man's body as said to be governed by the 12 constellations. Have y'all, all you astrology people, have you ever had that? That the Taurus is the neck and the Gemini, does that say the arms? Does that say the Gemini is the arms? Yeah, Gemini is the arms. The Cancer is breast. The Leo is the heart. The Virgo is the bowels. Libra are the reins. Scorpio are the secrets. The Sagittarius the thighs. The Capricorn the knees. The knees? The fuck you mean the knees, man? Aquarius the legs and Pisces the feet. I never heard of this shit. Like this is incredible. And you can read it. Like it's not even like that it's blurred out and no shit like that. This shit is like you can read this shit. The following account of Benjamin Banneker was prefixed to his almanac published in Baltimore last year. But as this will probably come into the hands of many who have not seen the former, it is thought to best to republish it. Yeah. Look at this shit, bro. He talking about planets, placements, and shit. Ain't that what y'all be talking about? Ain't all you astrology people, don't act like y'all ain't into astrology. Ain't that what y'all be talking about with the rising suns and moons and the houses and all of this shit? Like, listen, gang, I don't know. I don't follow the astrology shit. This nigga had, like, he was talking some shit. Listen, I don't know. Jason says, Old English, Middle English, Current English are highly interesting. I be trying to tell people, so English is fire. Yeah, for sure. This is definitely Benjamin Banneker's almanac. So yeah, I'm going to say this is day, hour, minute, month, I guess. You know what I'm saying? The Son of Man came into the world not to destroy men's lives, but to save them. Amen. A lion eating straw with an ox, and an adder playing upon the lips of a child. What? Peace on earth, goodwill to men. Ah, why will men forget that they are brethren? Within this apartment, let there be a collection of plowshares and pruning hooks made out of swords and spears, and on each of the walls of the apartment, following pictures as large as the life: a lion eating straw with an ox, and an adder playing upon the lips of a child. An Indian boiling his venison in the same pot with a citizen of Kentucky, Lord Cornwallis and Tipu Saib under the shade of the sycamore tree in the East Indies, drinking Madeira wine together out of the same decanter. Like, I don't know. I gotta get all of the I don't have any context for any of this shit. I know who Cornwallis was. He's the famous loser. You know what I'm saying? Big America, Star Spangled. So this is Benjamin Banneker's almanac, G. I ain't gonna lie, I don't understand a single word of this. Like, I can read them, but I don't understand. A serious meditation or a Christian's duty briefly set forth. There is nothing that I ought to with for so much as to my heart clean in the fight of God. See, big Christian, of course. Yeah, y'all can check this out. I'll put this in the description as always. All of the sources will be in the description. That's the point. But this is very interesting. Very fucking interesting. Sentiments of what? Phocion on war? All right, so that's Benjamin Banneker's almanac. You feel me? I don't think there's any depictions of Sun, right? There ain't really nothing about him. Oh, we do have a picture of him. Okay. We got this. We got this. And I guess this one too? I guess this is when he was older. So this is young Benjamin Banneker. See, I knew it, nigga. So when he called locusts, he was talking about cicadas, because this is Scientific America. And look. See? I'm sorry, y'all. I don't give a fuck. I always take the time to reject cookies. I don't give a fuck. Fuck these people. But anyway, long overlooked, Benjamin Banneker is recognized for work on cicadas and against slavery. This is what I was talking about. That 17-year shit. I knew that was the cicadas that came. Exactly. The emergence of 17-year cicadas in the summer of 2021 revived interest in a paper Janet Barber co-authored about the role of Benjamin Banneker, a free black American in the 18th century Maryland, as one of the first naturalists to record scientific information and observations of the insects. Benjamin Banneker behind it. Come on, man. Super dope. All right, next up. Sorry, y'all. Next up, we have Edward Bouchet. Okay? Becomes the first black American or African American PhD in physics. All right. Sammy says, well, I guess he's touching on yearly references that contains a mix of calendar, astronomical, agricultural, and general reference information. Essentially a compact guide for planning and prediction. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, there's going to be certain things that I just don't get the context of because I wasn't there. And I would have to understand all of the things they saying. Sorry for that yawning, guys. Sorry for that yawning. I've been up all morning working. Like, all morning. Let's learn about Edward, huh? Let's learn about Edward. That's him right here. In 1876, so now we in the 19th century, right? The late 19th century. Edward Alexander Bouchet made history by becoming the first black American PhD physicist and the sixth person of any race to receive a PhD in physics from an American university. So this is one of the things that I do want to point out, that when it comes down to American advancement, if left unimpeded, right, and you didn't like go out of your way to impede on black American progress, you don't even make it to your top 10 before we come in that bitch. Or y'all getting degrees in math and physics and and all that other shit. Boom, I can do that. Let me take a crack at it. You know what I'm saying? And look, black men got a PhD in that bitch. It ain't like you just get a PhD, bro. Niggas have to get to the PhD level. And Edward did it 1876. What, barely 10 years after slavery? Like, come on, bro. There was, by 1876, okay, there were only, what they say, 5 other people, 5 in the whole country that had a PhD in physics. Just 5 people in the whole country, and he was number 6 in 1876. What does that tell you about black America, bro? Like, what does that tell you about black America? If left unimpeded, if left alone, as long as, like, if niggas can actually, like, just progress and live and be left alone, we gonna contribute. We gonna smoke shit. You feel me? So let's get into it. Bouchet went on to educate and inspire others as a science teacher at a school for black students. Of course. Where else would he go? Okay, he was born 1852 in New Haven, Connecticut. His father, a freed slave, worked as an unskilled laborer, like many black men in the town. His mother was a housewife, and he had 3 older sisters. The Bouchet family was active in their local church and the local abolitionist movement and encouraged all children to get an education. I think by now, another one of my takes about the ancestors has been, and will always be corroborated by the ancestors. I told y'all that the ancestors emphasize God, family, and education. And in that short paragraph, that's exactly what we heard. They were active. The Bouchet family was active in their local church, in the local abolitionist movement, and encouraged all the children to get an education. You feel me? This shit is crazy. Sammy says, Crystal says that middle part makes him smarter. Yo, that part is crazy. Oh, that middle part is crazy. I will never understand why the ancestors gave that. Like, that part is crazy, bro. Why did y'all do that? Real talk. Before I even got in, like, if I had the time machine, bro, before I even got into nothing, I'm like, yo, bro, who was behind that idea? We're going to get that erased. That middle part is crazy, bro. I'm telling you, I'm from the future. Chicks is not jacking that. I'm telling you. Sammy says, stop, dudes. I need to know how I was beaten with stripes, not given degrees. Let's see. The local public schools were segregated. So in elementary school, Edward attended the Artisan Street Colored School, which had 30 students of all grade levels and 1 teacher. In 1868, he gained admittance to Hopkins Grammar School, a prestigious private preparatory school that sent his graduates to Yale College. All right. His pops is an unskilled laborer, and he was able to send his kid. See, this is what I be talking about. Didn't I go back to what I was telling y'all about as far as the sharecropper's son? Could you imagine? So, let me paint the scene again. He was born in 1852 in Connecticut. Racism is up north just like it is down south. Okay? So he was how old? 16. He was 16 years old. Now his father is working on an unskilled laborer salary, and his mother don't work at all. She's a housewife. So there's only one person that could have paid for this nigga going to private school. His father sacrificed stacked up for 16 years to send his boy to this private grammar school because he knew that this shit is going to set him up and he's going to be able to be great and do great things. Imagine, chat, that nigga saves all of this money up, spends all of this money on Edward's education to invest in his education, invest in his future, and that nigga comes back to the crib in New Haven, Connecticut, and shows Pops his degree from Yale. But that shit is in fucking art. You telling me you're not gonna strangle that little nigga? I bust my fucking back your whole life to send you to school. I didn't even send your sisters to school, to a private school. At least I don't know yet. I sent you to that private school ever since you were 16 years old. And I told you that you are going to be able to, go to Yale from this school. Other kids who have gone to the school have gone to Yale. I'm invested in you, son. I love you. I believe in you. You do amazing things. I think you're going to be great. And then that little nigga come back with a liberal arts degree that he don't know how to finesse. He come back being a painter or some shit like that. It's like, yo, son, it would take everything in me not to beat that nigga to death, son. I am an unskilled laborer, my nigga. It's on you now, bro. I'm investing in you, gang. It's time for you to keep the name going. I got you this far. Like, take it farther now, nigga. Come on, son. So, at Hopkins Grammar School, he received a classical education studying Latin and Greek, as well as geometry, algebra, and history. He graduated first of his class in 1870. You feel me? Jason says he'd be worried about getting lynched by me if he got a damn art degree. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why it rhymed. Because that shit is real, my nigga. Son, I could have sent your daughter, I could have sent your sister to this school. Bro, like, I'm an unskilled laborer in 1852, gang. Like, come on, son. You have to give me a break, son. Have to give me a break. Please. Come on. Help me help you. You feel me? Sammy says that's how it was. Hold on. No. Crystal says he might not even have paid. He might have worked out a deal with the school where he exchanged some service to put him through school. Word. Imagine that. Like, yo, son, this nigga busting. Like, this nigga is literally working his ass off at the school. Janitor or some shit like that at the school. And he doing all of this, that, and the third, son, to be able to put his son through this private school so he can go to Yale or something equivalent. Because even if you don't go to Yale, nigga, you got the intelligence to go anywhere. You feel me? Sammy says that's how it was for my mom and dad. You can't leave Nigeria for some liberal arts degree. We saw you were the smartest of the litter and you squandered it. That's a fact, son. That's a fact. That's real life shit, bro. Like, this is real life. This is real economy shit. Like, this is real money we spending. Nigga, like, this is real time we spending. You feel me? You 16 years old, nigga. You practically a fully grown man. Especially in 19th century standards. But, as you can see, 2 years later, school had to have been just shorter, bro. Like, how he graduate in 2 years? I mean, he would have been 18 years old, but it's just like, all right. Anyway, so he graduated first in his class, 1870. He entered Yale in the fall of that year. Bouchet was not the first black student to enter Yale, but he was the first to graduate. I think the first black Yale student was the first black history book writer. What was it, Pendicott or some shit like that? What was his name? I think that if I'm not bullshitting, student. Yep, Pennington. Yep. Oh, yo, son, I be knowing. W.C. Pennington. Yes. Yep. This is exactly who I was thinking of. Yep. Yep. This is him. He wrote, and I got it in my library, of course. You see, American historian. He has the very first Black history book, and it's called The Origin and History of the Colored People. He wrote it and published it in 1841. His memoir, The Fugitive Blacksmith, was first published in London in 1849. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. First Black history book. Yep. He was born in Maryland, died in Florida. Dog, I really be studying the ancestors, dog. I remember this. Because I remember, I heard that he went to Yale, but he didn't graduate. And I just remembered his name. All right, back to the story. Because it's going to be 11:30. Look, it's 10:45. See, we got to hurry up, y'all. We got to hurry up. I'll be lollygagging. I mean, I'm not going to say lollygagging, but I'll be up. Man, I really don't be noticing the time. Sorry about that, y'all. So, he, but he was the first to graduate. He lived at home during his time at Yale, okay, and was clearly devoted to his studies. In June 1874, he graduated sixth in a class of 124 students. He was the first Black person to be nominated to Phi Beta Kappa, okay. As a talented young Black man interested in science, Bouchet had come to the attention of Alfred Cope, a philanthropist in Philadelphia, who was on the board of managers for the Institute for Colored Youth. Shout out to season 1 of Gilded Age. Shout out to season 1 of Gilded Age. If you know, you know. We will be talking about that this week. We will be talking about season 1 of Gilded Age this week. We might talk about it tomorrow. We might talk about it tomorrow evening. Yeah. Y'all gonna be available? For all the people that watch Gilded Age that wants to be a part of the conversation, first question, 1, did you watch all of season 1 already? And 2, are y'all down to talk about it tomorrow on stream? You gotta call in. Don't fucking just be in the comments and shit like that. Y'all gotta call in. Well, I mean, you could do both. You don't gotta call in. Let me not say it like that, but it's nice to have it. I might do a space. Should I go on stream? Because I want to do both. I might just fuck around and do both. I'll stream and be on spaces. And so that way we can have the conversation vocally, but then I can actually, show what the fuck I'm talking about. I'll figure it out. Just let me know. The ICY was one of the few places, or the Institute of Colored Youth, was one of the few places in the city where Black students could get an academic high school education. Okay. Cope wanted to build up the science program there and hoped to bring Bouchet onto the staff. But before recruiting him as a teacher, Cope encouraged Bouchet to continue his studies and paid for his graduate education at Yale. Now, here we go. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Now we getting somewhere. Now the pops can breathe a little bit. You got a white man. I'm going to have to assume a philanthropist. Let me see. Was Alfred Cope white? It sound white. But it could be Black. Let's see. Alfred Cope. Yeah, white man. Sir Alfred Cope. He was British? 1877. Wait, he was born in 1877? No, this can't be the same person. No. He would be 20 years older than... A wealthy Quaker merchant. See, 1840. Yeah. Edward Drinker Cope. That's not Alfred Cope. But that would make more sense, though. Jason, you gotta watch it, gang. You gotta watch it. That show was fucking fire. Like, the whole shit is fire. Don't get me wrong. The whole shit is fire, but, we obviously are gonna be focusing on the Black plot. So yeah. All right, anyway. So he got somebody to sponsor his education at Yale, which is good. Edward Bouchet spent 2 more years there, completing further studies in chemistry, mineralogy, and physics. Mineralogy? When I don't think I got a whole word right, I'll be dead ass focused on it. But anyway, his primary professor was Arthur Wright, who in 1861 had become the first person to earn a doctorate in physics from an American university. Now, it's funny because Arthur Wright, not the same person, obviously, but Arthur G. Wright, the Reverend who died in the melee, had the same name. I found that very interesting. Boucher's original research focused on geometrical optics, and he wrote a dissertation entitled, quote, on measuring refractive indices. Just 2 years later, after completing undergraduate studies, Bouchet became the first black person to earn a PhD in physics. A white person with Boucher's credentials would have been able to obtain a university position, but even with his impressive accomplishments, not many career options were open to him as a black American. So, in the fall of 1876, Bouchet went to teach at the Institute for Colored Youth as Cope wanted. Yeah, what the fuck, nigga? Why would you even? What are you talking about? Anyway, at ICY, Bouchet headed the school's new science program. In addition to physics and chemistry, Bouchet taught classes in astronomy, physical geography, and physiology. An advocate for improving science education, Bouchet repeatedly asked the school's board of managers to provide laboratory space for students to perform individual experiments. In addition to his regular teaching, Bouchet gave lectures on various scientific topics for students and staff, and even reached out to the wider community by giving public lectures on science. Okay. All right. So you get it. Because well, we can finish it. I thought it was going to be more, like a lot more. Let's see. Let's get to it. He taught at ICY for 26 years. However, around 1900, many black young people were being pushed into vocational and technical training rather than academic education. Even black leaders, including Booker T. Washington, advocated for this approach, arguing that this type of education was what suited black people best. Boucher's accomplishments clearly showed that black people were capable of academic and scientific pursuits, but in 1902, the ICY's managers decided that the school would give up academic subjects and shift its focus to industrial education, and Bouchet lost his job. It's not funny, but damn, son, Booker T was like, nah, don't give a fuck about that science shit, nigga. It's science, enough science and agriculture, nigga. There's a science to that shit. Damn, I don't understand why they would take STEM out. That is so silly. Like, I get it's not like, on like bar for bar vocational, but it's like, bro, like you need that. You need that. As a black man, Bouchet spent the next several years in several different teaching positions around the country. In 1916, Bouchet returned home to New Haven in poor health and died in 1918 at 66. He was survived by his mother, who died 2 years later at 102. So he ain't had no kids? Damn. As a black man in a segregated society, Bouchet surely faced many challenges, but he didn't leave behind many letters or notebooks, so we know little today about his thoughts on his career or his daily life. You see that shit? This is the reason why I tell y'all motherfuckers to document your lives. Because now we are over 100 years later. Motherfuckers have absolutely no idea how to, despite all of the great things that he did, and all of the accomplishments that he had, nobody knows how he felt about anything. Nobody knows how he viewed his life. Nobody knows anything about his inner thoughts. Write it down. Document. Please. Take pictures. Take video. All of that shit. Write it down. We would have loved to have gotten some quotes from him. We got a whole letter that Benjamin Banneker wrote to Thomas Jefferson, bro. Imagine if we would have known that, but never been able to read the letter. Like, come on, son. Think about your life. Think about your legacy. Please write down what the fuck you think about things. How you think about your life. All right? Let's see. A friend of his wrote in an obituary that Bouchet was a, quote, man of keen sensibilities and unusual refinement. He was a prolific reader and was greatly interested in the history of his own people and his native town. Look at that. He was a Hotep historian. Bouchet never married or had children. He was a member of the Franklin Institute and the American Academy of Political and Social Science and was active in the NAACP, of course. Over his career in teaching, Bouchet had educated many black youth in science, but black people were still excluded from most scientific education and careers for many years. It was not until 1918, the year Bouchet died, and 42 years after he received his PhD, that Elmer Imes became the second black American to receive a PhD in physics. And that brings us to Elmer Imes. That brings us to Elmer Imes. Okay. So he's the second black PhD physicist in the United States and the first to do significant research work. Published his first paper in November 1919. The work provided the first accurate. I should have just made. Well, no, I should not. I was gonna say I should have just made this title like Black American Scientist or some shit like that. But yeah, for the last 30 minutes, we're gonna go over some musical geniuses, for sure. So yeah, we're gonna run through this. Hopefully, it's not too long. Let's see. The work provided the first accurate determination of the distances between atoms and molecules, expanded the range of applicability of quantum theory, and provided evidence for the existence of two isotopes of chlorine. So he was really getting to it. His research was cited many times and was soon incorporated into textbooks. Okay, Elmer. He was born October 1883 in Memphis. Shout out to Memphis. The son of missionaries. He attended an elementary school in Ohio and high school in Normal, Alabama. He received a bachelor's degree in science in 1903 from Fisk, a predominantly black university in Nashville. After receiving his degree, Imes taught physics and math at the Albany Normal Institute in Albany, Georgia. Around 1910, he returned to Fisk, where he continued his own studies in physics and served as an instructor of math and science. He completed his master's degree in 1915. Fisk didn't offer any higher degree, so he transferred to the University of Michigan to complete his PhD. At the University of Michigan, Imes worked in the laboratory of his advisor, Harrison Randall, designing and building high-resolution infrared spectrometers and detectors. Jeez. He earned his PhD in physics in 1918, becoming the second black American to earn a PhD in physics more than 40 years after Edward Bouchet received his from Yale. His thesis work involved infrared spectroscopy of diatomic gases, HCI, HBr, and HF. No idea. His main findings were reported in a paper, Measurements on the Near-Infrared Absorption of Some Diatomic Gases, published in November 1919 in the Astrophysical Journal. Imes and Randall followed up with some further details in a paper presented at an American Physical Society meeting in November, in a paper in Physical Review. Okay. His work, one of the first applications of high resolution infrared spectroscopy, I'm probably saying that wrong, provided the first detailed spectra of simple molecules and opened up the field of studying molecular structure through infrared spectroscopy, spectroscopy. Imes analyzed hydrogen bromide, hydrogen chloride, hydrogen fluoride. Okay, there we go. The work presented the first accurate measurement of the distance between atoms and molecules. So before this nigga, you feel me? Before this nigga, there was no accurate measurement of the distance between atoms and molecules, gang. Jason says, having some grace for Washington, he was focused on getting people paid and tactically proficient. Sadly, he may have been short-sighted because of individuals like Du Bois at the time. Yeah, that's true. You got to give it up to that. You got to have them understand. Because you also got to understand, during that time, it wasn't no science jobs. If you weren't teaching science, there were no science jobs. If you weren't using your scientific mind to invent some shit, to sell it, You weren't just about to make money doing science. Like, it's not a thing. You feel me? So, yeah, just give him a little grace. In 1919, wait, no. The research also provided a verification of quantum theory. Before I'm studied, some scientists were not certain whether quantum theory applied to the emission spectra of molecules. Im's work showed that quantum theory could be applied to the rotational energy states of molecules as well as the vibrational and electronic energy levels. In 1919, about a year after completing his PhD, Imes married Nella Larson, a well-known poet of the Harlem Renaissance. You know what? I did look her up because she was talking about some other shit. Like, not some other shit, but I remember her name when I was looking up. Remember when I was supposed to do the episode on the Harlem Renaissance? She came up. Yep. She came up. We spelled the name wrong. But yep, she came up. Mm-hmm. That's what's up. Uh-huh. This couple lived in New York and became part of the Harlem Intellectual Society. He came into contact with prominent Black American intellectuals like W.E.B. Du Bois and Langston Hughes. Look at that. His research was recognized as important by colleagues and was frequently cited, but the only faculty positions open to Imes were at Black colleges and universities, which didn't have graduate programs. So after receiving his PhD, Imes left academia to work in industry in the New York region. He worked as a research physicist at the Federal Engineers Development Corporation for a few years, then at Burroughs Magnetic Equipment Corporation, and then as an engineer at the E.A. Everett Signal Supplies. During that time, his work resulted in 4 patents for instruments for measuring magnetic and electric properties of materials. See that? Got to invent something if you're trying to get paid. Imes found few opportunities to advance in the industry, and in 1930, after a decade in the industry, he returned to Fisk. At Fisk, Imes served as the chair of the physics department. He revised the undergraduate programs and planned a graduate program in physics. Although he didn't publish any more of his own papers, Imes did remain active in the research community. He corresponded frequently with the other researchers and equipment designers and continued some of his own work in infrared spectroscopy. Imes was dedicated to training students and conducted research with his students at Fisk. Students in his research labs use X-rays and magnetic techniques to study properties of various materials. He sent some of his students to work at the University of Michigan in the summers to learn X-ray techniques. His research lab was described as, quote, a mecca for those who sought an atmosphere of calm and contentment by W.F.G. Swan in an obituary. Believing that students should be exposed to the history of science, Imes also developed a course called Cultural Physics and wrote a book-length treatise covering the history of science from the Greeks throughout the early 20th century. Like, he went all the way back, okay. Well, not all the way, because if he didn't talk about ancient Kemet, then he ain't go all the way back. While on the faculty at Fisk, Imes became involved in a scandal involving a relationship with a white administrator, which, along with other troubles, led to his divorce from Nella. Oh! He also experienced financial difficulties from which he never fully recovered. By the late 1930s, his health was declining. He returned to New York, where he died in September of 1941. Throughout his career, Imes was an active member of APS, I think that's the American Physicists Society, as well as several other scientific societies. So damn, right at the end of the career, he get caught up with a white woman? Damn. Come on, bro. You can't do that. You can't go out like that, bro. You can't go out like that. You can't get caught up with a white woman, son. Damn, son. And she was a poet and a writer, bro. Like, you definitely, man. Better watch them writers, bro. Now you got a whole novel after, like, written after you, nigga. So we'll include those links in there. Let's see. There was a few people. That I wanted to talk about. Yeah, I know about the blonde kid. That was like a music prodigy. Did y'all hear about him? What was his name? What was his name? Blonde Tom? Wrong window, bro. Wrong window. Wasn't it Blonde Tom? Yeah, that's what it was. It was Blonde Tom. You ever heard of Blind Tom? He's a little bit more known household wise. You feel me? I learned about him, I want to say 2-3 years ago, something like that. Yeah. So this is him. Let's go to the pictures first. And so, yep, that's him. That's your man, Blonde Tom. Obviously, no need to open his eyes. You can't see. There was a book too. There was a book. I want to say it was like the songs or something like that. Where was it at? It was like a book. I got it in my library too. That's the funny part. But it's like his. It was like his autobiography. Let me see. Yeah, what was that? What was it? No, that's a movie. All right, let's just go to his wiki for the time being. I'll put the book in the description. American pianist and composer, he had numerous original compositions published and had a lengthy and largely successful performing career throughout the United States. During the 19th century, Wiggins was the best-known American performing pianist and one of the best-known black musicians. Okay. Wiggins was born Thomas Green on the Wiley Edward Jones plantation in Harris County, Georgia. Blonde at birth, he was sold in 1850 along with his enslaved parents, Charity and Domingo Mingo Wiggins, to a Columbus, Georgia lawyer, General James Neal Bethune. Bethune was the, quote, first newspaper editor in the South to openly advocate secession. Wiggins' name was variously reported as Thomas Green Bethune, Thomas Wiggins, or Thomas Bethune. His name was changed due to his slave status. The headstone at his grave reads Thomas Green Wiggins. Okay. Let's go to his professional career. Wait, hold on. Damn. Oh no, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? We gotta learn it. We gotta learn about him a little bit. As a child, Tom began to echo the sounds around him, repeating accurately the crow of a rooster or the singing of a bird. If he was left alone in the cabin, Tom was known to begin beating on pots and pans or dragging chairs across the floor in an attempt to make any kind of noise. By the age of 4, Tom was able to repeat conversations up to 10 minutes in length, but was barely able to adequately communicate his own needs, resorting to grunts and gestures. And this is what I was talking about. Like, this is a level of genius that, like, I don't even know how to describe for real. Because when it comes down to expressing yourself, as far as what your wants and needs may be, you don't really know how to do that. But like a mockingbird, you feel me, or like a tape recorder, or like a parakeet that just like mimics the sounds. Like, it's not even that you're understanding the words that are being said, you're understanding the sounds that are being used, and you're able to mimic the sounds coming out, just like how the mockingbirds do, or just how your pet parrot may have, repeat a statement that you made. You feel me? I've seen videos like that all of the time where like these birds will be like literally sounding, you can clearly tell it's a bird doing a rendition of what a human sounds like, but still. So the fact that he can listen to a conversation for 10 minutes, remember it all, and be able to like replay it just from recollection and shit like that, but then not have the ability to have like you know, to tell you about what's going on with him or what he thinks and stuff like that. It's like that's a whole different use of the brain. So yeah, another example of Tom's extraordinary abilities was shown after he was taken to a political rally in 1860 in support of Democratic presidential candidate Stephen Douglas. Years after he had attended this speech, he was still able to repeat it while capturing the tone and mannerisms of Douglas. Additionally, he was able to recreate the heckles and cheers of the crowd with remarkable precision. Bethune hired out Blind Tom from the age of 8 years to concert promoter Perry Oliver, who toured him extensively in the U.S., performing as often as 4 times a day and earning Oliver and Bethune up to $100,000 a year, an enormous sum for that time, equivalent to $1.5 million a year in 2004. Is Sammy still in the chat? I know it's getting late. $100,000. What year was this? Let's do $100,000. I guess the last date that we see up here is in 1860. $100,000 in 1860, man. If it was $1.5 million in 2004, I can only imagine 20 more years, added to that, making Blind Tom undoubtedly the 19th century most highly compensated pianist. That's a fact. General Bethune's family eventually made a fortune estimated at $750,000 at the hands of Blind Tom. $750,000. Okay? Oliver marketed Tom as a Barnum-style freak, of course, advertising the transformation from an animal to an artist in the media. In the media, Tom was frequently compared to a bear, baboon, or mastiff. See, I already knew that. They was gonna take advantage of the boy because I already know they ain't break bread with him. He making these white people all of this money, and I know they ain't break bread with him. They kept him alive though. They fed him shit like that. But yeah, Bethune hired professional musicians to play for Tom, who could faithfully reproduce their performances, often after a single listening. Eventually, he learned a reported 7,000 pieces of music, including hymns, popular songs, waltzes, and classical repertoire. So that's crazy, bro. They just use my boy. Many such cases. There are conflicting historical accounts of Blind Tom's first public appearance or performance, some indicating he was young as 3. One account from 1857 indicates that he had been performing publicly for several years. Newspaper reviews and audience reactions were favorable, prompting General Bethune to undertake a concert tour with Tom around their home state of Georgia. Okay, on and off stage, Tom often referred to himself in third person. Tom is pleased to meet you. Okay. His piano recitals were augmented by other talents, including uncanny voice mimicry of public figures and nature sounds. He also displayed a hyperactive physicality both on and off stage. A letter written in 1862 by a soldier in North Carolina describes some of Tom's eccentric capabilities. Quote, one of his most remarkable feats was the performance of 3 pieces of music at once. At once. He played Fisher's hornpipe with one hand and Yankee Doodle with the other and sang Dixie all at once. That's fucking fire. He also played a piece with his back to the piano and his hands inverted. At concerts, skeptics attempted to confirm if Tom's performance replications were mere trickery. Their challenge took the form of having Tom hear and repeat 2 new uncirculated compositions. Tom did so perfectly. The quote audience challenge eventually became a regular feature of his concerts. Supposedly, Tom's talents profited the Confederacy during the Civil War. His most famous piece, The Battle of Manassas, is the story of the Confederate Army's 1861 victory at the Battle of Bull Run. As a result, many black newspapers refused to celebrate him, pointing out that he served to reinforce negative stereotypes about black American individuals and that he was only a source for profit for slaveholders. Damn. damn, man, what a precarious position to be in, son. Very rocking a hard place type shit. Emancipation Proclamation freed all slaves in the Confederate States. All U.S. slaves were not freed until the 13th Amendment passed. In 1865 and 1866, at 16, Tom was taken on a European tour by General Bethune, who collected testimonials about Tom's natural talents from composer pianist Ignaz Moscheles and pianist conductor Charles Haley. These were printed in a booklet, Marvelous Musical Prodigy, Blind Tom, and used to bolster Tom's international reputation. In 1875, okay. All right, custody battle. Let's see. 82, John Bethune married his landlady, Elizabeth Stutzbach, who had demonstrated a knack for mollifying Tom's sometimes volatile temperament. However, shortly after their marriage, John Bethune embarked on an extended tour on the U.S. with Tom, in effect abandoning Eliza. I hope I said Eliza the first time. And anyway, Eliza. When Bethune returned home 8 months later, his wife filed for divorce. The couple split up. John took Tom, but a bitter legal squabble ensued, with Eliza hounding John for financial support, a claim that the courts usually adjudicated in John's favor. After John Bethune died in a railway accident in 1884, Tom was returned over Eliza's objections to the care of General Bethune, now living in Virginia. Eliza sued General Bethune for custody, with Tom's elderly mother, Charity, enjoined by Eliza's attorney as a party in the plaintiff's suit. After a protracted custody battle in several courts, in August 1887, Tom was awarded to Eliza, who moved Tom back to New York. I just want you to know that this shit is crazy because, like, I know he got to be an adult by now. Like, he's still like what's going on? Charity accompanied them with the understanding that she would benefit financially from Tom's earnings. However, after it became apparent that Eliza did not intend to honor any financial obligations to Charity, Tom's mother returned to Georgia. God damn, Eliza, she a dirty broad, dirty bitch. Tom continued performing and touring for a number of years until the management of Eliza and her attorney, her and later husband, of course. Jesus, this is shit, nasty. Tom was on tour in Western Pennsylvania in 1889 on the day of the Johnston flood, and rumors spread that he was among the casualties. Despite his continued appearances on the U.S. concert circuit, the rumor persisted for years, with some observers expressing skepticism that the blind Tom who appeared in concert after 1889 was the real blind Tom. Wow. Yeah. In this phase of his career, Tom usually introduced himself on stage in the third person, imitating the pronouncements of his various managers from years past. He talked about his mental state with a characteristic lack of self-awareness. He had been diagnosed as non-compos mentis by a doctor, and in his foggy netherworld, the phrase was a matter of personal pride. Willa Cather described the poignance of one such concert. Quote, "It was a strange sight to see him walk out on stage with his own lips, another man's words, introduce himself and talk quietly about his own idiocy. There was instantly a grotesque horribleness about it that was interestingly unpleasant. One laughs at the man's queer actions, and yet, after all, the sight is not laughable. It brings us too near to the things that we sane people do not like to think of." So yeah, man, it looks exactly like how the pictures show it, because of like the way that Tom's face is sitting in every photo that I've seen him in. I haven't ever seen him smile. I haven't ever seen him, like, he was clearly some type of like autistic or something like that. Like, you can clearly see that not only was he blind, there was something going on mentally, that he was not all, there mentally, and he was clearly being exploited throughout his entire life. You feel me? After the death of her husband, Eliza relocated to Hoboken with Tom. They kept out of public view, though neighbors could hear Tom's piano playing at all hours of the day and night. Tom experienced a major stroke in 1908 and died the following June. He was 59 years old. Tom was buried in the cemetery of the Evergreens in Brooklyn. So yeah, crazy. There was another one too. We talked about him on stream before, and then we'll end it there. We'll be able to end it at like 11:30. So shout out to them. So I gotta go to the archives. I be having whole like, son, y'all have to understand. I be sitting there going crazy trying to make sure that I'm doing the right thing with y'all, having enough material to talk about, and I always over prepare. No matter what. Just in case, bro. Gotta always have it, cause I skipped a few people on the math and science side, because I was like, damn, we've been in math and science the whole time. We can do any of these words. That'll definitely come up. We talked about it before. I clipped it up. I'm not too sure if I tweeted it. We can see if we did. Let's see. Let's go to my page. And see. Butler. I should be in there. Y'all ain't got the heart for it. Get your cardio in order, bro. Run. Oh, nope. No, not that. Yep, here we go. We even got to go to the archives. I done did it. Master W.H. Butler, 12-year-old child prodigy and violinist. Let's look at the article. Butler gets scholarship. Okay, look at him. He's a young youth, like he's a kid. 12 years old. What year is this? He was 12 years old in 1915. Born in 1903. It says New York Musical Settlement School encouraged 30 thrifty Yonkers lad. Yonkers, New York. Master Willie H. Butler of this city, the clever boy violinist, has been given a scholarship in the Musical Settlement School in New York City and will train under the celebrated David Mons, who thus acknowledges his gratitude to the Negro race, he having been taught the violin by the famous Negro violinist of New York, Douglas, many years ago. It is a real opportunity for young Butler, who comes from a musical family, every member of which performs on one or more instruments. The youngster is a musical genius and even now performs on the violin with a skill and technique which some older performers might well envy. Young Butler's father, who is an instructor in the musical school settlement, will have general supervision of his studies, while Professor Mons will give him the benefit of his wide knowledge of the king of instruments and the instrument of kings. Master Bill will probably need a little strap oil, and also before he reaches the virtuoso stage in his promising career. And his dad I don't know why they put dad in quotes like that, has provided one for use when moral suasion falls. Quote, I predict a brilliant future for my young friend Bill, says Bruce Grit, and congratulate him on his good luck. So it's layered here. So he actually goes on to be like a well-known composer and shit like that. Like, let me see if I can. It's probably William H. Butler, right? Yeah, I about to say William. It'd be nobody calling him Willie as a grown man. There we go. So, oh man. So yeah, 77. This was in 1981. He was 77 years old and lived in Manhattan and Wurtsboro, New York. Mr. Butler arranged and conducted music for the Fletcher Henderson Orchestra. You feel me? So this is him. This is him. You dig? So now we're gonna go to David Mons, right? We're gonna go to his wiki. Now, this is the white dude that was gonna teach young Willie, pause, how to do his thing, right? But he has this man to thank. So David Mons learned from a black man. You understand? And his name was John Thomas Douglas. Yeah, I don't know, Markel. Like, I don't know if they was talking, like, I don't know why they did that. But John Thomas Douglas, as you can see, David Mons was born in New York, 1866. He studied the violin in Harlem with composer and violinist John Thomas Douglas, the son of a freed slave, and later in Berlin with Carol Halif, or whatever that name is. You feel me? Why did it take us so long to... Oh, my God. That's how you know it's time to wrap it up. When the computer start acting wacky like that. John Thomas Douglas with two S's, like Frederick Douglass. Yeah, like, why is the Windows acting like this? Ugh. Man, son. And you know what's so crazy? We've been rocking for how long? About 5 hours, right? 5 hours, and it's like we really talked about a few people. Like, this is what I be saying when I be trying to tell y'all, I don't be doing this shit to try to be annoying. Like, yo, if I literally worked for the rest of my life to bring y'all this shit, I'm talking about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I promise you, I could not give you all of the information. It's impossible, son. It's so much to go over, bro. Like, it is so much to go over. You know what I'm saying? So, this is a quote from General Benjamin Butler. He was a staunch racist Democrat, and then he seen black men on the battlefield, and it was like, oh, shit. I was wrong. All right, these pages ain't loading up. I don't know why. So it's all good. I'm human just like everybody else. You can tell when a nigga tired, man. I am indeed tired. I've been up for well over 12 hours working. I've been working all day. You feel me? As soon as I woke up this morning, I've been at it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully I'm not looking crazy right now. Okay, I'm still coming in clear. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Markel, Jason, Sammy, Crystal, William Welsh. Oh, for sure, of course. Yo, the chats be super popping, yo. I remember, yo. See, as a nigga with history, it's like, that's the thing. Like, we remember the lore. Like, we remember the story. I remember there was only like 2 people in the chat. Now the chat full of emojis and avatars and super chats and all of that, man. Like, I'm telling y'all, man, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate Twitter coming through. You know what I mean? Got about 100 people in here tonight. And it's like, for me, son, I'm over here dead ass trying to think like, yo, son, I used to try to pack all of this information in 4 hours, if that. Because we would start at 8 o'clock and end at like 11. You feel me? So I pretty much doubled the streams. So make sure you niggas are subscribing to the Patreon. And I mean that. So I understand, and I'm not trying to be ungrateful or greedy or nothing like that, but I understand that when it comes down to a lot of other, content creators and shit like that, live streamers, they're doing a lot of topical shit. They doing shit that just like, the information is just like contemporary. Like, it's just what this athlete is doing this, or this celebrity is doing this rapper dropped this music, or this movie is coming out, and you going, give commentary on it. Like, tonight, like, in most other streams, like y'all are pretty much looking in on me doing my research. You feel me? Like this is just more research that I'm going to be doing for further videos. So it's like the rudimentary research that I did to prepare for this stream, I'm going to have Albert Cox and all these other people in a scripted video that I'm going to be putting out. Like this is all work that I'm putting in. And so there will be a lot more paywall in the future of Hotep history. Like with the 3 live streams, I don't know if all 3 live streams are going to be available for everybody. I'm not gonna hold you. Like I've been talking to people, and you know this is premium. You know what I'm saying? Like the websites that I be going to and all this different stuff. Like, yeah, I understand it's the World Wide Web or whatnot, but it's just like my time is valuable to me. And while I love streaming, you feel me? I need to, be able to make sure that I'm, being properly compensated for all of the work that I put in, for the proliferation of knowledge and all of that stuff. Like this is hours and hours and hours and hours of my time and research and shit like that. Like this right here, the documentary. That's why when Jason said that he'll buy it, yeah, this will be on sale tomorrow on Patreon. If you don't want to subscribe to the channel, or like in Jason's case, you want to be able to show it to other people, multiple people, without having to log into several different places or one spot in several different locations and shit like that, please, by all means, come on through, shop with me, and buy it, and then you'll have the digital copy and all that other stuff. And then you can share it and all of that. But please believe, there will be a lot more activity going on the Patreon. It's a must. It's a must. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Like if I was doing like a topical show, if I was doing something where I'm just like espousing my opinions about things that are just coming my way and shit like that, talking about music, talking about pop culture, talking about movies, and talking about, whatever drama on the timeline, that I ain't got no problem giving away for free. But like this is hours and hours of research. Like that's all y'all see me do. Like, yeah, I'm conveying it to you and shit like that, but I had to like actively look up these books in front of y'all. Like you see how I'm getting my research on. And this is a 5-hour stream. You feel me? And so this is just how I do my research, and I turn it into entertainment. But then after I do my research, I got to turn it into content too. So I appreciate you guys for rocking out, man. But I really, really, really encourage you guys to subscribe to the Patreon, because we're going to be centralizing there a lot more, especially going into 2026. I told y'all the price was going up on Patreon. And the only reason I didn't change it is because I legitimately forgot, because I was working on so much other stuff. So please believe, like I really believe in this stuff. It's not about gatekeeping. It's really about like, really appreciating, the content for what it is. This is real educational material. And whatever I am expecting of the viewer, trust me, I'm putting twice as much emphasis and onus on my, punctuality, accuracy, and, all these other things, entertainment value and whatnot. And, so yeah, there will be a lot more, paywalling, you know what I mean? I'll probably do like one free live stream a week, but everything else will be on Patreon, something like that. Yeah, that's what it's looking like for me over here. And while I appreciate people checking me out and stuff like that, like the amount of free content that I'll be putting out there, it's like, it's more than enough. Like I can turn these things into different segments and have the people who don't pay, watch a segment. Like we go over so many different people, and you guys will be able to be like, oh shit, these videos 30 minutes long, 20 minutes long, 15 minutes long, and then not to mention the 30, 60 second, clips and shit like that. For all the people who want to still be able to ingest Hotep history and not pay, you feel me? You'll get good content. It just will be clearly a fraction of what you'll be getting behind, the paywall on Patreon. Like I'm just letting you know that right now. This is real hours of research that I'm doing here, and I appreciate everybody that comes through. I appreciate all of the super chats. I appreciate everybody that comes through for free, that pays. I appreciate all of you. And I want you guys to keep coming through, and I will still have free content for you guys to ingest, but the meat and potatoes of Hotep history will be behind the paywall. Simple as that. The paywall won't be, it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Unless you want to, it'll never be some shit like where it's $100 a month or nothing like that. I'm not about to beat you over the head, but I'm definitely not about to beat my time over the head either. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, definitely I'll put it in the chat here. So to just make it easy for y'all, you know. Shout out to the people that's already subscribed to the Patreon. You dig? But yeah, we need to have more people come on over, man. We have great conversations over there, great videos over there. So y'all definitely want to check it out. So it's patreon.com/Hotep history, patreon.com/Hotep history. You dig? So thank you guys again. Thank you for everybody in the chat. Like I said, I shouted everybody out, or mostly everybody. But yeah, man, I really do appreciate all of this stuff. Vincent, of course, can't forget my man Vincent. Cliff. Who else came through? Make sure I didn't leave nobody out. I think that's everybody tonight. Memphis. Shout out to Memphis. Can't forget Memphis. You feel me? You guys have always been super dope. Shout out to the 100 and something people on Twitter for checking me out. Make sure that y'all go to my bio right here. Patreon.com/Hotep history, man. Come on through. Subscribe. Subscribe. I'm telling y'all. You will not regret it. We got a whole 50-minute documentary about Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and Martin Luther King that I know you've never ever heard of these stories. You've never heard of it. So make sure that you are subscribing today and forevermore after that. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot have the future without the present, and you cannot have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively affect our future. Thank you guys again for tapping in with me for another episode of Hotep History Live. Okay? I was your host, President Hotep Dubes. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, Hotep and